Good evening, everybody. I would like to call this January 7th Board of Assessment Review meeting to order. Could we please have roll call?
Fuente? Here. Mr. Herrick?
Here.
Mr. Fonzo?
Here.
Mr. Frothingham?
Here.
Mr. Peoples?
Here.
Mr. Parkinson?
Here. Thank you, Tracy. May we rise and salute the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to wish everybody a very happy new year and our first meeting in 2014. Everybody is surviving the elements. We need approval of the minutes from December 17th.
I'll motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Thank you, Kathy. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Chris. Any discussion of the minutes? Hearing none. All in favor of approving them, please? Show of hands. None opposed? Thank you. Before we continue on with the appeals of Attorney Block and Dale regarding Prout's Neck, there is an item that I would like to bring up regarding a conflict of interest. I think we ought to get on the record, a potential one anyway, and it concerns a board member here and William Frothingham, and with a slight conflict with Attorney Block's law firm. Dale.
If
Yes.
I might,
Please.
Chairman, Bill Dale for some of the Prout's Neck neighbors. I apologize to everybody, but Board Member Frothingham was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, came to see me at my office. He lives at Piper Shores. My law office represents Piper Shores generally. We talked about a tax abatement issue, and I advised him not to appeal, by the way, and they didn't. And that was my last dealing with him, and I apologize. I didn't recognize him sitting here, and not only that, from my meeting last time, but I'd been here the meeting before on Pine Point. So I was sitting up front, and I didn't recognize him. I apologize to him and to you. I checked further, and Mr. Frothingham is apparently also an ongoing client of my law firm in our Trust and Estates Department. I guess has his will there or whatever. It's not something that I do. So I apologize. I didn't recognize him, and I apologize to him that I had forgotten. But I sent an email as soon as I prior to that to Derwood and to Rob, and then had my secretary check, and turns out not only had I done some work, but he's an ongoing client in the Trust and Estates Department of the law firm. So I sent that on to Attorney Parkinson and Attorney Crawford. My apologies to everybody. My thinking usually, obviously the board's going to decide, is usually the person makes the disclosure, says whether they can be impartial, and the balance of the board votes. So I would think that would be appropriate. So my apologies to Mr. Frothingham, who has a wonderful nickname, but I can't remember, that everybody calls him by apparently.
Bainey.
Bainey.
B-A-I-N-Y.
Sorry about that. And I just apologize, but I wanted to disclose that and let the board do it.
No, thank you, and that's just about the process we're going to be going through, and you certainly have, as soon as you found out, you sent the notices to us, and we appreciate that very much. Bainey, do you want to...
Yeah, I'd like to elaborate a little. My meeting with Attorney Dale was prompted by the fact that at Piper Shores they had undertaken a fairly substantial expansion with a new pool and fitness center and salon and a new auditorium. And to my surprise, when we arrived there in 2010, we found that nobody in management had gone to talk to the assessor to find out how he was going to treat this and to be able to do a little planning for budgetary purposes as to what to expect in the form of increased taxation. Attorney Dale very properly advised us at that point in time not to go to seek an abatement, but more to the point to go and ask for a meeting with the assessor, which we did, and Patrick O'Reilly, who is chairman of the board at Piper Shores, and I met with Mr. Lesperance, and he gave us exactly the information we were looking for, and we thanked him and went on our way, and I have a couple further questions which I'll take up with Mr. Healy at a later date, but nothing substantive. And that was the end of my work with Mr. Daly. Further, his partner, Lee Ivy, is the one that my wife and I use to conform our wills and trusts and powers of attorney and final instructions to Maine law. These were drawn up by our attorneys in Massachusetts when we lived there, and they needed to be updated, and Attorney Ivy has done that for us, and we continue to be a client of Jensen, Baird, Gardner, and Henry. There is one further thing that I should disclose to Attorneys Block and Attorney Dale. Two of the parties at interest here are known slightly to me and my wife. The Whites, Augie and Bonnie White, we knew, I'm going to say 30 to 40 years ago, back in Manchester. I think we played golf with them a couple of times. We never went to their house, they never came to ours, and that was the end of it. The other is Jay Walton. Jay Walton is a very successful real estate broker and investor. He was, when I was in the business, he was with Leggett, McCall, and Werner. He and I did not compete directly. He was a commercial broker. I did investment property sales. But our firms, Leggett, McCall, and Werner, and Meredith and Grew, were competitive in the marketplace. And in a effort to leave no stone unturned, I want to disclose all this, lest it rise up and people say that I was trying to hide something. I don't believe these in any way will impair my ability to be fair and impartial and to follow the testimony where it may lead us. But I need to put this out in front of the board, and we'll be happy to try and answer any questions that they may have.
Annie, thank you very much. Rob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you also, Bill, for bringing this to our attention. We've had a chance to discuss it in the assessor's office. We have no objection to Mr. Frothingham sitting and continuing to his continued involvement in this proceeding. That's where we are.
Great.
Nor do I have any objection whatsoever.
Thank you. I was going to get around to you, Jonathan. Okay, great. Then how about any board members? Any comments, questions, issues? Okay. Hearing none, then I think we ought to put it on the record in form of a vote that we would like Andy Frothingham to continue on with this case, and the board sees no reason why he shouldn't. Can I have some sort of a motion there?
Motion to continue with Mr. Frothingham as a part of these proceedings.
With no issues on the conflict of interest.
I'll second the motion, whereas neither of the attorneys have an issue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further comments? All right. Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Which brings us to the main event, the continuation of the appeals. I believe we finished last meeting, whatever that was, in 17th, I think, with the gentleman from the state of Maine, right? Brain not working. Yes, Mr. Ledoux. And that's when I think, Rob, you had finished.
We'd finished the examination and the cross-examination of the assessor.
That's right.
So at least at this point, we're, I think, moving on to the taxpayer's case. And then we have reserved as a rebuttal witness Mr. L'Esperance, if it seems like there needs to be something addressed by him, and also Mr. Healy.
Okay, very good. All right, so why don't I turn it over to Jonathan, you?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Mr. Kudalakis, could you please take the witness stand?
Testified in this yet?
Yes, George, I don't believe you've been sworn in. I don't think.
I was here from the beginning, so
With the last one, did we swear you in?
I raised my hand.
Okay. Well, since you raised your hand, then that's the important part. We'll just remind you that you are still under oath, and we'll continue on there. Thank you for reminding me of that, George.
And, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Craig, who's going to testify next, was also here and sworn in last time.
And
Raised her hand.
you raised your hand too, Leslie? All right, very good. Thank you.
And just for the board's information, since I haven't met all of you, my name is John Block. Only my mother-in-law calls me Jonathan.
Good to know.
Still on my letterhead. And I'm with the firm of Pierce Atwood, and I represent about 12 of the appellants who are the waterfront property owners at Prouts Neck. And I know Mr. Kudalakis has testified before the board many times before, but because we have some new board members, I'm going to introduce him and give a little bit of background for their benefit as well as the others. So could you please tell us your full name?
George E. Kudalakis,
Where do you live, Mr. Kudalakis?
56 New County Road, Saco, Maine.
And who is your employer?
I'm self-employed.
What's the name of your company?
I own a appraisal company called Sterling Appraisal Company, and I'm also the designated broker of a real estate brokerage company, GPA Realty.
How long have you owned Sterling Appraisal Company?
I started the company with my stepfather in January of 1978. Before that, I was employed by Sawyer Appraisal Company, and I began in June of 1974. So this June will be it'll be 40 years in June.
Okay. Could you briefly describe for the board your experience in appraisal, your designations, how long you've been doing it?
I hold the Certified General classification in the state of Maine, which for real estate appraisers, which allows me to appraise any property type, any real property. I also hold the SRA designation of the Appraisal Institute, which I believe is still the largest independent fee appraisal organization in the world. And so my education and background, I have a BA degree in economics from the University of Maine. I took various appraisal courses, which enabled me, along with experience over time, to attain the professional designation, the SRA designation. I'm also a member of the National Association of Realtors.
Do you have specific experience in the Prouts Neck area, the waterfront neighborhoods of Scarborough?
I've been appraising at Prouts Neck for most of my career, so 35 to 40 years.
Okay. Were you asked to serve as an expert in this case for the
Yes.
Prouts Neck appellants?
Yes.
And what did we ask you to do exactly?
Well, you were interested in, obviously, in my expertise with regard to knowing about sales and market activity in Prouts Neck and in Scarborough in general. I was not, in this case, engaged to be a real estate appraiser, so I did not appraise any real property in this case. I was simply engaged to provide aid to my client with respect to this case, which is a discrimination case.
Okay, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to start with asking you some questions about the recession that occurred. First of all, has there been a recession in the last 6 or 7 years in the United States of America?
Well, there was the so-called Great Recession, which began in December 2007, and technically is said to have ended in June of 2009.
In general, did the recession that you just described have an effect on property values?
Certainly.
What about property values in Scarborough?
Certainly.
How about property values at Prouts Neck?
Certainly.
How about water-influenced and waterfront property values?
Certainly.
Do you think the effects of this recession are still being felt today at all? Or?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about some specifics, okay? With regard to the recession, I'm going to ask you about some specific properties at Prouts Neck. We don't have I'm going to ask you to point out some of the properties on the map. We don't have the laser pointer that we had last time.
Okay.
Looks like there's a Prouts. Oh, we do. May we borrow that? Thank you. Yeah, you can either point it at this one or on that one. I guess it would be easier to do it here. Here. Thank you. Might have to walk around. Okay, so just walk over here, see what it does. Thank you. I'm going to start by asking you about 6 Jocelyn Road, which is map 19, lot 3. Could you point that out? That's working.
Right there.
Okay, I don't see the laser, but can you point it out with your finger? Or the end of the laser? Right there, okay. 6 Jocelyn Road. That's also known as the Bell property or the Casperson property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you some questions about that property. Was there a sale of that property prior to the recession?
Yes.
In 2006?
Yes.
And what was the sale price?
$2.3 million. $2,300,000.
And were any improvements made to that property, to your knowledge?
I was told by the broker that handled the sale there was a couple $100,000 in improvements made to it after the sale.
Okay. And was there a sale of that property in April of 2013?
Yes.
And what was the sale price?
On this sheet, that was $1.5 million. $1,500,000.
Okay, so it's $1,500,000 in 2013, but it sold for $2.3 million in 2006.
Yes.
At $200,000 of improvements added to it.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what the assessed value of that property was in April 1, 2012?
Sure, I can get that. I've got the 2013, but hold on.
If you know what it was in 2013, that would work also.
In 2012, It was, $2,269,000.
Okay. And what was it, do you have 2013 handy?
2013, $1,546,400.
Okay. So when the property sold in April of 2013 for $1.5 million, was it still assessed at $2,269,000 at that point?
I believe it was.
Okay. And then the summer of 2013, what happened to the assessed value?
Well, I show here that the 2013 assessment dropped to $1,546,400.
Okay. And are you aware of whether both of the sales we talked about in 2006 and the one in 2013, whether they were arm's length transactions?
The broker told me they were. They were listed in the Maine Real Estate Information System both times.
Okay. So in your opinion, Mr. Kudulak, is this an example of the impact of the recession on property at Prouts Neck?
Certainly would appear so.
Okay. I'm going to digress a little bit while we're talking about that property, and I just want to compare that property to the one that is right behind it on the water, which is Lot 2.
Yes.
Can you just point that one out? Okay, so the first property we're talking about is that little white space that was not considered a waterfront property for this appeal, so it was not revalued. The one that you just pointed to now, which is Lot 2, is in blue, so it was revalued.
Yeah.
Okay. And do both of those properties have a water view?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like that little white block that was the first one we were talking about is kind of sitting in the front yard of the other one. Is that, would you characterize it like that?
That's a fair characterization.
Okay. And so, Lot 2, the one in blue behind it, what happened to the assessment of that property April 1, 2012? Did it go up?
I believe it went up 14.3%.
Okay, so that went up 14.3%. The one with the little white square that we just talked about first did not go up April 1, 2012,
No.
correct? In fact, the following year it went down
Yes.
by, you know, the percentage or the dollar amount?
Well, the assessment ratio that I figured for 2012 was 151%, and for 2013, 103%.
Okay.
So that would be 48% differential.
So we got two properties that abut each other. One of them went up by 14 plus percentage points. The other one stayed the same in 2012 and then went down substantially in 2013.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any particular valuation reason that you can think of that two properties like that are so close together that both have water views, where one would go up by 14%, the other one would go down by a lot within the space of a year?
Reason in the marketplace?
Yes.
No.
Okay. That's the end of my digression. I'm going to go back to another property. Map 20, Lot 8A. Did you find that one on the map? Okay, so it's the white property, so it's not considered a waterfront property. Does it have a water view?
Yes, it does. Has an outstanding water view.
Okay. Is that property 534 Black Point Road?
It is.
Okay, is that the so-called Churchill property?
It is.
Okay. And we're still talking about the recession now, and this is another example I want to go through with you. So I'm going to start with 2006 property. Do you know what the assessed value of the property was in 2006?
I can tell you. In 2006, the assessment was $3,456,800.
Okay, and do you know if there was an appeal in 2006 to this board?
I was involved in the appeal before this board, yes.
And do you know what happened in the appeal?
The board reduced the value.
Do you know to what?
Well, the value, in 2007, a year later, was $2,721,100.
Okay, so it was reduced from $3,456,800 to $2,721,100 by 2007.
Yes.
Okay. Then the recession started shortly after that, correct?
December 2007.
Okay. And what happened with this property in 2013?
Well, it sold.
Okay. What did it sell for?
It sold in September 2013 for $1,550,000.
Okay. And do you know what the assessment was when at the time it sold?
I do. $2,232,200.
Okay. Did you calculate an assessment ratio on that?
144%.
Okay. And was do you know if the 2013 sale was an arm's length transaction?
It was.
Okay. So that property declined from $3.4 million approximately in 2006 to a sale price of $1.5 million approximately in 2013, right?
The assessment was $3,456,800
The assessed value, sorry.
back in '06, and it did sell for $1,550,000.
Okay, and does
In
that illustrate
2013.
anything for you about the recession for us?
Well, certainly it's another consistent indication that the market wasn't great.
Okay. Let's go on to another one. Let's look at map 19, lot 41. Could you point that one out? It's also 43 Winslow Homer Road.
41 this one.
So that's 20, okay. Could you give me a brief description of that property?
That property has a seasonal cottage on it, and it's a .96 acre lot, no ocean view.
Okay. And
It's within the gated area.
is that the Solomini property?
It is.
And the board may remember the Solomini appeal happened a few months ago. You know what the assessed value was of that property in 2006?
$1,973,200.
Okay. And do you know what happened to that assessed value in 2011?
It was reduced to $1,567,600.
Do you happen to know why?
No.
Curious. Okay.
No.
And then, was there a sale of the property?
There was a sale of the property in June of 2011 for $950,000.
Okay. So the assessed value was $1,567,600. Property sold for $950,000. What was the assessment ratio based on that sale price? You've calculated.
165%.
Okay. So,
I understand there's been another change in the assessed value of that property. I've been told that as of April 1 of 2014, it will be $1,105,600.
okay. So it's gone down to $1,105,000.
It's been reduced by about $450,000.
Okay. And so the assessed value in 2006 was $1.9 million approximately, and now it is
Will be 1.1 roughly.
Okay.
It's just under $2 million in 2006.
Okay. So is that in your opinion another example of the impact of the recession?
That's one indication of it, yeah.
Okay. I got a few more. Let's look at map 18, lot 2410, which I think is 6 Whittier Lane. Could you find that one?
Right there.
Okay. Could you describe that one a little bit, please?
Vacant lot. .46 acre vacant lot.
Is that part of the Black Point Inn subdivision?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know what the assessed value on that is now?
I believe it's, let me just confirm that, but I believe It's $1,111,100.
Okay. And do you know if that has changed over the years?
No, I don't believe it has.
Okay. So, do you think it was that amount back in 2007?
I think I can tell you.
Okay.
It's, to the best of my knowledge, I have an indication here that from 2007 right up through 2013, $1,111,100.
That's the assessed value.
Yes.
So it's been constant since 2007.
Yes.
Sorry about that, guys. And was there a sale of that property in 2012?
Yes, March of 2012, $650,000.
Okay, $650,000.
Yes.
Assessed for $1.1 million and change.
Yes.
And was that an arm's length transaction, to your knowledge?
I was told that it was.
Did you calculate an assessment ratio on that one?
171%.
Okay. And were there other Black Point Inn subdivision lots that sold back in before the recession?
Yes.
What did they sell for?
They sold between, right in that area where that lot is, they sold in between $1 million and $1.2 million.
And were those lots similar to this one that sold for $650,000
Yes.
in 2012?
Yes.
Okay. Is that another example of the impact of the recession? in
Yes.
your opinion?
Yes.
I'd like to look at map 17, lot 54, which is 1 Sakarapa. Point that one out, please. Okay, so that's on the neck.
corner of Black Point Road and Sacramento.
Okay. And can you describe that property a little bit, if you're familiar with it?
That's a dwelling on .79 acre lot on the corner.
Okay. Do you have the assessment history for that property?
Yes. You want to go from what time period?
Start pre-recession. You have like 2005.
2005 assessment was $1,736,600.
Okay.
It went down in 2008 to $1,419,800. It stayed there until 2012, when it was reduced to $1,103,100, and that's the 2013 assessment as well.
Okay. And has that property sold recently?
Yes.
When?
It sold in October of 2013 for $697,500.
Okay, so it sold for $697,500, while it was assessed for about $1.1 million?
Yes.
And did you calculate an assessment ratio?
158%. And again, I've been informed that the tax assessment for April 1 of 2014, I believe it would be $720,000.
The assessment for, say that again, April 1 of
The
2014?
assessment as of April 1, 2014, I was told would be $720,000.
Okay. What does that tell you, if anything, in your opinion, about the impact of the recession?
Well, again, one indication is that the recession hurt pretty bad.
And including at Prouts Neck?
Yes.
One more on this. Map 20, lot 21. Could you find that one on the map, please, and show us?
U-2021?
Right.
Right there.
Okay.
Two Sanctuary Lane.
2 Sanctuary Lane.
Corner of Black Point Road and Sanctuary Lane.
Okay, and is that the turf loft property?
It is.
Okay, and do you have the assessment history of that property, Andy? Let's start with 2007 if you have it.
Starting with 2005,
Sure. The recession.
2005, it was $3,394,400. In 2006, it went up to $3,486,300. In 2007, it went up to $3,503,800. It stayed there until 2013. So it's still, to the best of my knowledge, $3,503,800.
Okay, and was there a purchase or sale in that time frame?
It was.
What year was that?
December of 2009, it sold for $2,435,000.
Okay, and did you calculate an assessment ratio on that?
143%.
Okay, and in your opinion, is that another example of the impact of the recession on Prospect?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Lesperance testify at the previous hearings that he feels that the Scarborough values in 2012 were back to the levels they were in 2005?
Yes.
A general statement.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Market evidence shows that's not true.
Market evidence like what we just went through?
That's some of the market evidence. I also did a study of 2012 sales from April 1, 2011 to April 1, 2012 in a previous case we had before this board.
I think that study is Props Deck Exhibit 2 in the...
Okay.
What did that study tell you?
Well, I had 22 paired sales that showed that sales prices for properties around 2005 that had sold again after the Great Recession in that April 1, 2011 to April 1, 2012 time period, sold for less than they did in 2005.
That exhibit's, as I said, it's Props Deck Exhibit 2. I'm not going to go through that in detail, but I just wanted to hear your summary of that. So, you think that the recession has, generally speaking, lowered the values in Scarborough, as a general matter?
Sure.
And did you hear Mr. Lesperance testify at the Pine Point Higgins Beach hearing that he felt there was no recession in Scarborough?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
No.
For the same reasons you just stated?
Yeah, I looked to market evidence to tell me. Did it or didn't it?
And if we were more specific and said there was no recession in the waterfront neighborhoods of Scarborough, do you agree with that?
No.
And why not?
Because the evidence shows that that's not true.
Okay. I'm going to move on to another topic. You have exhibit Props Deck 5.
Yes, I've seen it. I think I have it.
So what is, can I borrow your table for a second? What is Props Deck 5?
It's a study of, it's a state study of 2009 and 2010 Scarborough sales.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report before?
Yes.
And does this report break down actual sales among different classes of property in Scarborough for those 2 years?
Yes.
In the 2 years of 2009 and 2010, is that what you said?
That was the 2 years of sales in the study.
Okay. And does the report show the sale price, the assessed value, and the assessment ratio for each sale
Yes.
that occurred during those 2 years?
Yes.
Is it broken down by class of property?
Yes.
Like residential, waterfront?
Condominium. Yes.
Okay. On the residential sales, the non-waterfront residential sales listed, did you calculate the percentage of the assessments that were between 90 and 110% of the market value?
Yes.
The sale price?
Yes.
What was that percentage?
68%.
And how did you figure that?
We just take the total number of sales and take the number of sales that had ratios between 90 and 110%,
Okay.
and do a ratio.
So it's an easy calculation.
Yes.
And did you also calculate that same percentage, I'm talking about the percentage of sales that were between 90 and 110% of the market value for the waterfront properties?
Yes,
What was that percentage?
37.5%.
Okay, so you're telling me that for the 2012 reporting period, which is 2009 and 2010 transactions, 68% of the properties were assessed with 10% of their sale price. 68% of the residential non-waterfront properties were assessed within 10% of their
Yeah,
sale price.
90 to 110% ratios,
Right.
yeah.
But only 37.5% of the waterfront properties.
That's correct.
What does that suggest to you about the equality of assessments in Scarborough between residential properties, non-waterfront, and waterfront properties?
That looks inequitable to me.
Let's go to the next report, which is Exhibit PN4.
Yes,
Have you reviewed this report before?
yes.
Could you describe what this one is?
That's a state study of 2010 and 2011 Scarborough sales.
It's similar to the one we just looked at?
Same thing, only different years.
Okay, this one's 1 year advanced.
Yes.
What was the percentage of, you calculated, of residential property that's non-waterfront, where the assessment came in within 90 and 110% of the sale price?
62%.
And what was the percentage of waterfront property where the sale price came in between 90 and 100%?
Water influence at 50%.
Water influence,
50%.
We're talking water influence and waterfront in that
Yes.
category, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 50% for water influenced and waterfront versus 62% other residential property.
Yes.
John?
Who's that coming from?
Yeah, we're trying to.
Seems like it's getting worse.
I think it might be the.
Should I move it?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if John's standing too close to your mic.
Right. That's what I was just
Sorry.
thinking, yeah. That's all right.
Try over here.
Dad, your way to turn it. Your cell
I could
phone
just
in there.
get rid of it and talk loud if I'll be picked up on the...
Well, I'm a little worried about that too. Yeah, I'd rather you keep
I do have a cell
so
phone.
you get picked up. Yeah, turn off the cell phone. That was a problem. Alleged problem. Oh, yes.
We're willing to
Point.
stipulate that was a problem.
Try again?
Only so much torture we can take.
Yeah,
All right.
it's a little hard.
Derwin's threshold is less than the board's, the rest of the board.
Let's see if that helps, I hope. No? See if I stand right.
That's your zone.
Right here.
Don't move.
Maybe come
How about in the
closer.
corner?
You move.
It's just hard to sit down there.
Does anybody else have cell phones?
Jonathan, turn it off and use this microphone from here.
All right, let me try one other thing. And suggest that I stand by the American flag.
There you go.
Try that.
Very photogenic.
Okay. All right, let me go back a little bit. So for the 2013 state valuation report that we were looking at, the percentage you calculated of residential properties in Scarborough that fell within the 90 to 110% ratio was 62%.
Non-water influence residential, 62%.
62%, and the water influenced and waterfront properties were 50%.
50%, yes.
And so again, we have a disparity between the two. And what does that suggest to you, again, about the equality of the assessments between residential, non-waterfront residential, non-water influenced residential versus water influenced waterfront property?
Well, again, I'd have to say inequitable.
I'd like to look at Town Exhibit 5, which is the state, so-called state report, which I don't want to call it that because I don't agree that it's a state report, but it's called Town Exhibit 5. And it was also Town's Exhibit 10, I believe, in the previous case. Familiar with that report?
Yes?
Does that report contain the same information following the 2012 revaluation?
Yes?
Okay, and according to Town Exhibit 5, did you do the same math with the
Yes?
regular residential, non-waterfront, non-water influence residential versus the waterfront, water influence?
Yes.
You want to wait a second for that?
Copies of T5, we have some extras if you want to.
I don't think you really need it for this, but
Okay.
you're welcome to.
Thank you.
It's not going to be on it very long.
Thank you, Rob.
What were those differences?
62% for non-water influence residential, 41% for waterfront, water influence.
So that means 62% of the non-water influenced residential properties fell within 90 to 110%
Yes?
ratios, and only 41%
Yes?
of the water. Okay.
Yes.
And what does that difference tell you about the equality of the assessments?
The same thing the other ones did, inequity.
Going to move on to another topic. Remember Mr. Dale brought up the neighborhood that lies between Prouts Neck and Higgins Beach.
Yes?
And I think that neighborhood is depicted on those 3 black and white maps.
Yes?
And did you recall Mr. Lesbronce testifying at the previous hearing back on December 10th, I believe, that he made no adjustments to that neighborhood?
Yes?
Do you recall why he said he made no adjustments in that neighborhood?
No sales?
He said there were no sales in that neighborhood?
Yes?
Okay. And do you agree that there have been no sales in that neighborhood?
No?
Are you aware of a sale in that neighborhood?
Yes?
Could you tell me what it was?
It's the Scarborough property, which is map 101, lot 20. I think Mr. Dale's pointing that
Is
out.
that the property that Mr. Dale's pointing out?
Yes?
That large yellow block there?
Yes?
Okay. And when did that property sell?
In April of 2012.
And do you happen to know when it went under contract?
Yes?
When?
It went pending on March 12th, 2012.
Okay. And could you give me a little description of that property, if you're familiar with it?
I appraised it in the past. I didn't appraise it for this sale, but I have appraised it in the past. It's a 36.5 acre parcel with an indicated 1,920 feet of shore frontage. It is encumbered by a conservation easement so that there are only 2 building envelopes. One building envelope had the main house and an accessory structure on it at the time of sale. The other building envelope was you could put a house on it, but it did not have a house on it.
And how about the beach access?
But it has very nice white sand beach of its own.
Do you know what the assessed value was for that property in April 1, 2012?
$2,375,300.
Okay, $2,375,300.
Yes.
And do you know what the property sold for in April 2012?
$2,800,000.
$2,800,000. So
Yes.
it sold for $425,000 more than its assessed value.
Yes,
And do you know if that was an arm's length transaction?
it was. It was advertised in, Maine Real Estate Information System for a couple of years.
Okay. So, did you calculate what the assessment ratio was on that?
I did, I believe, 85%.
Okay, so that means it sold for about 15% more than its assessed value.
Yes.
And do you know if the assessment was adjusted as of April 1, 2012, for that property?
No, not on 2012, but 2013, it changed from $2,375,300 to $2,411,300.
Okay, so it went up by how much?
$36,000, I think.
So it went up by $36,000.
Yes.
And what would the ratio be on that, based on that sale that happened in April 2012?
86%.
So it only went from 85% to 86%.
Yes.
Did the assessor increase any other properties in that neighborhood in 2012, April 1, 2012?
Well, he said he didn't.
Okay.
I guess he didn't because he said he didn't.
But you didn't check?
No.
So, you have an opinion about what this sale at 55 Marion Jordan Road tells you about the equality of the assessments among waterfront neighborhoods in Scarborough?
Well, the only thing I can say is he raised them at Prouts Neck. He didn't raise them in the neighborhood of this sale. He raised them, I think, 14% or so at Prouts Neck. He didn't raise them in the adjacent neighborhood. He did raise them in Higgins Beach to the north. So the Higgins Beach neighborhood just to the north, he raised them. Prouts Neck just to the south, he raised them. The neighborhood where this sale took place, he didn't raise them. And there's a 14% differential between the sale price and the tax assessment.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to move on to another topic. I'd like to ask you a few questions about three properties that are adjacent to each other on map 20. And these are lots 18, 19, and 21.
Yes.
Could you just point those out on the map for the board, please?
Oh, 21 is turf lot.
Okay.
19 is Gooch and one of his children, John Gooch and one of his children. 18 is John Gooch and another one of his children. So turf lot is 21, 19 is directly adjacent to 21, 18 is directly adjacent to 19.
Do all three have water views? Is that me?
No.
Now,
Okay.
Mr. Frothingham, when you draw your paper across the mic.
Sorry.
All right, so I'm going to start with 21. You said that was turf lot.
yes.
Could you describe briefly that property, the lot size, and
Well, that property has a .65 acre lot with an ocean view,
okay?
and it has a nice dwelling on it.
Okay, and do you know what the assessed value is of that property?
$3,503,800.
And do you know what the land value is?
$2,873,200.
Okay, now let's go to the next lot over, which is lot 19, which has the address of 558 Black Point Road that you were pointing to a minute ago. How big is that lot?
That lot's .85 acre.
Does it have a similar water view as turf lot?
Yes.
And do you know what the assessed value of the land is on that?
It's now $1,788,900.
Okay, so is that roughly $1 million less than the land value assessed on the lot next door to it?
Yes. A little bit more than $1 million, I believe.
A little bit more than $1 million less.
Yes.
And the property with the lower assessment, more than $1 million less, is actually larger
Yes,
than the turf lot lot.
yes.
Let's look at lot 18, which is, you pointed that out, that's 556 Black Point Road, right?
Yes,
Is that similar to lots 19 and 21 in terms of size and view?
it's .51 acre, so it's a little bit smaller than turf lot, and turf lot is a little bit smaller than the other Gooch property, lot 19. So it's the smallest of the three.
Smallest of the three?
Yes.
And do you know what the assessed value of the land is on that lot?
1,781,600. That's for 2013. For 2012, it was 1,131,100.
Okay. So it went up in 2013?
It went up in 2013. Lot 19 went down in 2013.
Okay. How does that, let's talk about 12 first. How does that compare to the land assessment of lot 21?
Well, lot 21, which is turf lot, has remained at $2,873,200 for the land, roughly close to $2.9 million. The assessed value on 19 next door in 2012 was $2,555,500, and then reduced in 2013 to $1,788,900, so that it's now a little more than $1 million less than turf lot's lot. Bigger lot, less money. And 18, which is one lot, which is abutting 19, and one lot removed from turf lot, one lot more removed. That again in 2012 was $1,131,100, and it went to $1,781,600, which again is slightly more than $1 million less than turf lot.
Okay, so to summarize, those two abutting lots, each of them, one is smaller than turf lot, one's larger than turf lot, but each of them is more than $1 million. The land is assessed at more than $1 million less than the turf lot.
Correct.
Are you familiar with those pieces of land?
I've appraised all three properties, yes.
In your opinion, is there any feature of those properties or a problem with those properties that would justify taxing the land so differently?
No.
Do you think that's an example? Do you think the taxation of lots 18 and 19 is an example of discrimination versus lot 21?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Going to move on to one last topic. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to talk about the influence of having a water view. Do you remember Mr. Lesperance testifying that he does not believe that having a view of the water adds anything to the property value?
Yes.
Based on your professional experience, do you agree with that statement?
Certainly not.
Why?
Well, first of all, I consider it to be a ridiculous contention. But again, I just look to market evidence. I don't think anybody in the real estate industry would agree that a nice water view adds no value. But if you want to look to market evidence, you've got a prime example here in the Churchill property, for example, which is a .93 acre lot, sold for $1,550,000. You have an interior lot in the gated area, the prime area of Prouts Neck, which was Solomini, has a .96 acre lot, so it's 3/100ths of an acre difference, bigger than Churchill, but no view. Sold for $950,000 with a cottage on it. But you present me with any property that's got a nice ocean view next to one that doesn't have a nice ocean view, there's going to be a difference in value. I'm sorry, but there is.
Let me put it in very basic terms. If you have two properties with the exact same structure on it, and the exact same lot in size and slope, and just identical properties, one has a view of the water and one has no view of the water, would the first one with the water view be more valuable?
Of course. There'd have to be a real extraordinary circumstance where that wasn't true. And I've never seen, in my 40 years of appraising, I've never seen an adjustment grid for a residential appraisal that doesn't have a view category in it. They don't put it there for no reason.
What is an adjustment grid? Could you explain that?
Well, direct sales comparison, which is the primary methodology for valuing residential real estate, involves comparing comparable properties to the subject property with adjustments made for differences. And one of the classic identifiers in an adjustment grid for a residential property is view. And the reason they put it there is they wouldn't put it there if it didn't have a value implication to it. Could be a good view, could be a bad view, but view makes a difference.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Phil. Rob? Oh,
Maybe
pardon me.
Mr. Dale, like,
Phil.
crack at it?
See if I can.
It's a different witness.
Good evening, Mr. Kudlakis.
Yes, good evening.
A couple questions on my examination with regard to what you've just testified to Attorney Block. First, you went through a couple of sale properties, one being the so-called Salamini property, remember that?
Yes.
Do you understand that, in fact, the Salaminis purchased that property next door to Mrs. Salamini's parents?
I've been told that.
Yeah. And in fact, if anything, that would suggest that the $950 the Salaminis paid was probably more than somebody else in the marketplace would pay, correct? They want to be next to their in-laws?
I would think that would be a typical thing.
Next, you testified with regard to the property on the corner of Sacarapa and Black Point Road, map 17, lot 54. And you told about the sale price and so forth. I'm not sure Attorney Block asked you if there was any change on that property between the assessment and that sale date that would be responsible for that change in value.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. They didn't discover contaminated oil on it, the building wasn't torn down, anything like that?
No, I understand a property owner at a former property in Prouts Neck bought that property, but no, I don't know of anything about.
Next one you talked about with Attorney Block was map U20, lot 21, 2 Sanctuary Road, which had been assessed for 3.3 and ends up selling for, did you have that one, Mr. Kudlakis?
I think it was 3.5 something, but I can.
Yep. I think the assessment started out at 3.3 and gets built up to 3.5.
I think it was 3.5, but
Yep.
I've got it right here.
U20, lot 21. I think it was
It started out, let's see, turf loft. Turf loft is still at, the assessed value is still at $3,500,038.
Okay. But that sold for substantially less, correct?
2.435.
Are you aware of any change to that lot? Anything bad happened to the land? Anything bad happened to the building?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kudlakis, in your capacity as a professional licensed appraiser in Maine, what's meant to you by the phrase a qualified arm's length sale?
Well, it conforms to the definition of market value.
And what is that?
A willing seller, willing buyer, each acting prudently, knowledgeably, and unaffected by undue stimulus.
Okay. So a true arm's length sale.
Yes.
And there are a bunch of qualifiers. They're both reasonably smart or well advised, right?
Yes.
No undue stimulus. Nobody has to sell, right?
Yes.
And properties on the market a fair, appropriate time given the nature of the property?
Yes.
Okay. Any of these properties that you discussed with Attorney Block, that you responded to his questions, when he asked you if they were arm's length sales, do they all meet that definition in your opinion?
As far as I know, they do, yes.
Okay. The so-called Carver sale on the top of my 3 charts over here on the signboard, right?
Yes,
And I believe you testified to Attorney Block that you had actually appraised that property, right?
yes, I've appraised it.
Yeah. Are you aware of any significant difference that you think the marketplace would recognize in the desirability of that oceanfront there on the Scarborough lot, map R101, lot 20, compared to, let's say, the Crispin or the Timms properties that are on this same map R101?
Well, I don't know those properties specifically, those other two properties. Carver had a beach. I don't know, I'm not familiar specifically with,
Okay.
although I've been there, but it was a long time ago. Let's put it that way.
Okay. And similarly, you testified to Attorney Block about the turf loft and the two gooch lots. And again, I just want to ask, are you aware of anything in the marketplace that would justify that difference between the assessed value of those house lots, the land component lots?
No.
I'm going to ask you the same question about the Churchill lot that's on Black Point Road, sort of by Ms. Craig's real estate office, right?
Yes, corner of Bird's Nest Lane, yes.
Are you aware of anything in the marketplace that would have affected that value other than the Great Recession?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Rob?
Good evening, Mr. Kudakis. We had a chance to meet before. How are you?
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Great. How are you? Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. Couple questions about your presentation here tonight, and also some of the exhibits that we've had a chance to look at and do some studying on. Now, you indicated, I think, in your direct examination when Mr. Block was asking you about your background and experience that you've been appraising properties in Prouts Neck for some time.
Yes.
Going on 40 years?
Well, that's how long I've been in the business, and I can't remember way back, but it's been at least 35 years I've been working up there, yeah.
And you have a lot of clients in Prouts Neck?
I do.
And you provide services related to real estate for sales transactions, purchase transactions?
No, I don't do brokerage at Prouts Neck, no.
Oh, but do you do appraisals that review sales transactions?
I do appraisals at Prouts Neck all the time.
And do you do appraisals for other purposes other than contesting property tax valuation?
Oh, mostly, I would say, estate work. Most of what I do there is for estate planning purposes, not generally for sales. I don't normally do real estate sales transactions, you know, the appraiser for the sale.
Right.
I don't do that.
How many appraisals have you done in Prouts Neck?
Well, if I had to place a percentage overall, I'd say at least 50% of the properties at Prouts Neck over the period that I've appraised there.
Have you had a lot more activity of late in the last few years at Prouts Neck than in other years?
Well, there was one year there when they were rushing to get their tax things in order, and I did quite a bit.
Now, in the context of your analysis that's been presented in here, well, I'll call it Taxpayers Exhibit 2, Prouts Neck 2, that indicates that your sources for that were the information system from Maine Real Estate Information System and also the assessor's record. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you do any due diligence in looking at the information that's included in there, especially the information that's related to the Prouts Neck properties that are the subject of this appeal?
Due diligence in what regard?
Did you check the assessor's records related to those properties that are highlighted in red in your report?
Sure.
And when did you last update your records related to the Prouts Neck properties that are the subject of this appeal?
When I did the work, so when I prepared the work.
And when was that?
Sometime in the last year and a half, probably.
But you can't tell us any more specifically whether or not you updated this 2 months ago before it was presented as evidence in
Oh,
this
no,
proceeding?
no, I didn't.
But it's sometime in the past.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, you've indicated in part of your testimony here tonight, in reviewing the assessment and sales prices, and you've cataloged and you've given us some data related to various years based on the state's reports, which are Proutsneck's 3, 4, 5, I guess, in the exhibits. And you've cataloged those, the differences between sales prices and assessed value into how many of the properties that are listed in those reports are within 10% of their assessed value and how many properties are not within 10% of their value. Is that correct?
I looked at the ratios, sure.
Right. And where is your basis for this 10% range coming from?
Well, again, in my activities related to tax appeal work, it's generally recognized that the state wants to see assessments within a 10% variance from their value. So that's what they like to see.
Were you here for Mr. Ledoux's testimony when we were here a few weeks back?
I did.
Did you hear Mr. Ledoux echo that same sentiment that 10% was somehow controlling in ratio studies or quality ratings?
I heard him make some qualifying statement regarding it.
Do you recall if he said that 10% standard is applicable in ratio studies?
I think he said, well, 10%, something like that.
That's your recollection?
That's my recollection, yeah.
Thank you. Now, you've done a lot of work in Proutsneck, and you indicated that you've actually done some work up there on the, I'll call it the Carver property
Yes.
as well, and you've appraised that on a number of occasions. When did you
No,
last?
no, not a number of, I think I said I appraised it.
Okay. When did you last appraise that property?
It was probably 2004, 2005, somewhere in there maybe.
Did you appraise it in the context of when it was listed for sale?
No.
Did you have any discussions with owners of the property related to when that property was first listed, what the asking price would be?
No.
Did you have any discussions with them since it's sold as to the nature of the transaction?
The property owner?
Yes.
No.
How about the buyer?
I had a discussion with a broker, and
who
I
was-
can't remember which broker. It might have been Leslie. I'm not sure, but I had a discussion with a broker about it.
You don't know who the broker is?
I can tell you, well, I don't know if I can tell you tonight who the broker is, but it was listed in the Maine Real Estate Information System. I don't have the name. It was a Landvest broker.
So it wouldn't be Leslie if it was Landvest.
No, it wouldn't be Leslie.
One of her competitors?
I'm sure that Leslie and I have spoken about that property at some point, but whether she talked to me about the circumstances of the sale, I can't tell you.
Now, you've done a lot of work in Proutsneck, and I think you identified that particular sale. Can you give us the exact date of the sale of the Carver property?
April 26, 2012.
And so that would be after the April 1st date?
It would, yes.
It would be afterwards.
Yes.
So that sale really isn't technically one that the assessor could rely on for the 2012 assessment, could he?
I'm not going to, rely on it. If you want to draw a line, the line hasn't been drawn here at this board for quite some time with regard to the April 1 deadline. But if you're asking me if a sale after April 1 of 2012 is appropriate to consider when you're considering values at along the shore in Scarborough, yes, it is worthy of looking at, and it was on the market for 2 years. So, the listing date, May 18th, 2010. So anybody who's active in the Scarborough shorefront market's going to know it was listed for sale for 2 years.
Do you remember what the original listing price for that property was?
$5.475.
Was it relisted sometime at a lower price?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
It was listed in May of 2010 for $5,475,000. It was reduced in September 2010 to $4,250,000. It was reduced in October 2011 to $3,595,000. It went pending at a list price of $3,595,000, and it sold for $2.8.
So it sold for 2.8.
Yes.
And remember what the assessment was on that one?
The assessment when?
The assessment as of April 1st, 2012?
$2,375,300.
And so it sold at a price $40,000 more?
$425,000.
$400,000 more.
Yes.
Assessed value.
14% more,
Right. Now,
or 15% more.
in your review of sales for Piper, we'll call it the Piper Shores area, that's the only sale that you found since 2005, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware of any other sales since 2005?
No.
And I think you indicated in your testimony, Mr. Koudalakis, that you thought that that sale indicated some sort of disparity or inequity. Is that correct?
What I said was it sold above the assessed value in a ratio of 85%. And I think I was asked what conclusion I could draw from that, or what conclusion I would draw from that. And I would have to say that the assessment was below the market value, is what I would have to say about that sale.
And are you suggesting, based on that, that the properties in that neighborhood should have been adjusted on one sale?
It's not for me to say any more than to say that it was wrong to do it at Higgins Beach when you had one sale on the shore, or it was wrong to do it at Prouts Neck when you had one sale on the shore. When is it right and when is it not right?
Is it your position that there's only been one sale on the shore in Prouts Neck since 2005?
I know there was one, well, no, we're talking about the April 1 time frame now. We're talking about the April 2012 time frame. Okay? So around that time frame, around the time of the reassessment, I believe you had one sale at Higgins Beach, and I know you had the sale of Bob Gould's place, the Jewel of the Neck, around that time frame. What else did you have?
Well, are you aware of the fact of what the town has presented here in Town Exhibit 4A and Town Exhibit 4B?
Well, let's take a look. I don't have it. Can you provide it, please?
Take a first look at Town Exhibit 4A.
Okay.
And these are all waterfront properties in Prouts Neck, are they not?
Well, actually, technically, none of them are shorefront properties.
None of these are shorefront properties?
No.
And how do you make that conclusion?
Because the ones on Winslow-Homer Road, Jocelyn Road, actually, I think all of them, including Massacre Lane, have property between the normal high water mark and the property boundary that do not belong to the property owners.
And that would be the marginal way that's shown on Town Exhibit 1?
And also along the beach, I think, there's land that's not owned by the individuals.
Is there any impedance on any of those property owners from a direct view of the waterfront and the open ocean?
The view? No, there's no impedance to the view, no.
Is there any impedance on them to go and access the shore from their homes, other than rocky coastline that might be hazardous?
Not any more than the public's right to do it. The public also has rights over marginal way.
Do you appraise those properties that are on that outer perimeter of Prouts Neck as waterfront properties?
I appraise them as to what they are, which is to show the legal description and talk about the fact that marginal way is between the normal high water mark and the property boundaries. I appraise them according to what they are.
Koudelakis, I'd like to show you what's been marked in this proceeding and which has been testified to by Mr. Lesperance previously as Town Exhibit 10.
Okay.
This is a report I believe you prepared on behalf of Mr. Honeywell for the Briar Properties Realty Trust.
Yes, it is.
And this property, as I understand it, relates to the property that's located on Prouts Neck, which is, I believe it's parcel 8 on, what's the map? U-19, parcel 8.
Uh-huh.
And just so the board knows where that is, that's tucked up on the upper portion of Prouts Neck, and this is a property that's directly adjacent to the marginal way between it and the open Atlantic Ocean, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And you prepared this in connection with a property valuation analysis as to whether or not the property, for a fair market value in this tax appeal, did you not?
In this tax appeal?
Yes.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I don't know who any of the property owners are that are represented by Mr. Dale and Mr. Block.
Well, could you look at your appraisal report and tell us what it was prepared for?
It was prepared for a tax appeal on behalf of Briar Properties Realty Trust. So if it was a part of this appeal at one time and no longer is, that's possible.
Right.
Because I don't know who they represent. I did the work for them.
Okay, so you did the work for them.
Yes.
And this is a proceeding that's, or this document's been advanced by Mr. Lesperance as part of the evidence in this proceeding. What I'd like you to do is turn to the second page on the inside of the appraisal report, third page, excuse me. And focusing in here on your description of the market area description and characteristics. You see that?
I do.
What you say there is that Prouts Neck is a unique market area with several distinct segments. Are you talking about the distinct segments being interior areas and waterfront areas, the lanes, Ferry Beach?
Okay.
Is that what you agree? That's what my read of that statement is. I wanted you to confirm that.
You didn't do too bad.
Okay. And you identify the technical boundary of Prouts Neck, according to the association, is the small store up near the country club. And that's somewhat up the Prouts Neck Road past Ferry Beach, as I understand it.
Yeah, it's right on, it abuts the golf course, yeah.
The golf.
Whitecaps, it's called.
Up the way.
Yeah.
Now, later on in the second paragraph of your description of the market area, and I'm not sure the date when you issued this report, but I think it's reasonably contemporaneous. Do you know what date you issued this report?
Would have been May 31st, 2013.
So, back this spring. In the second paragraph on that third page there, you talk about some of the economic positions related to this property, do you not?
Yes.
And you say this area has not been subjected to the value decline from economic downturns in my experience of 37 years of appraising until the Great Recession and financial meltdown of 2008. That's consistent with what you've testified here earlier tonight, is that right?
Yes.
Then after that, you say, this is not to say that there were not periods of stagnation from recession, so that would be other time periods rather than the Great Recession.
Mm-hmm.
But I did not find measurable value decline until this most recent recession. Values still appear to be strong for properties within the gated area and along the water side of Winslow-Homer Road and the Jocelyn Road, but sales of interior properties with or without water views have suffered.
Yes.
So, aren't you making a distinction there between the direct waterfront properties and the interior properties?
I didn't call them direct waterfront, but what I did say was that there are some areas up there on the water side of Winslow-Homer Road and Jocelyn Road that were less affected by the Great Recession than the interior properties with and without views.
And so that would be, if we're looking at the Prouts Neck map there, finding Jocelyn Road, it would be swinging down from where near the gate is, coming behind the inn, right?
Yes,
And then coming around on the top of Prouts Neck, and then coming down, at least on the right side of the Winslow-Homer Road, correct?
sure.
So, could this include the area down near Checkley Point, a couple parcels down there?
Sure.
So basically, that whole sweeping area on the outside, you say, our values still appear to be strong for properties within the gated area and along the water side of Winslow-Homer Road and Jocelyn Road.
Yeah, I'd say relatively speaking, that's true. Doesn't mean unaffected, but it's certainly stronger. And you'll also note that I said in that very same page, the property was not technically oceanfront.
Not technically oceanfront?
It is not.
Where does it say that?
Site analysis, third line, right-hand side, utility. Not technically oceanfront.
But effectively oceanfront.
Sure, because you got an unobstructed water view. However, the public has the right, and it's been increasingly happening at Prouts Neck, to access Marginal Way and walk along in front of those properties, in between the ocean and the properties.
Have you been able to measure the impact of that change in the value?
No. I've only heard people gripe about it.
But when the property comes up for sale, that would be the only way you could ever measure that, could you not?
Over time, I'm sure we'll be able to gauge it.
Now, included in Town Exhibit 10 are a number of market evidence sales that you've identified. This is several pages into your appraisal report. Let's see if I can count them quickly. I think it's page 7 in your report. And you've identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 transactions and sales, have you not?
Yes.
In terms of market evidence for your opinion of value?
Yes.
And you've included the 23 Winslow-Homer property, right? First one in the first paragraph.
Yeah.
31 Winslow-Homer, second paragraph.
Yeah.
The two Jocelyn Roads sale for $4 million, right?
Sold again for less money, but yes.
Yeah. 33 Winslow-Homer Road, 21 Winslow-Homer Road.
Yes.
Right. And then you've also included at the bottom of that page a discussion of the sale at Richmond Row.
Yes.
And then over on the top of the next page, the sale of the 1 and 2 Bohemia Way,
Yes.
which I think you categorize as the sort of high point in the residential market.
Yes, it is.
$6 million for that transaction,
Well,
close to it.
It wasn't the highest price ever. The second highest, but
Which property sold for more?
there was one sale for $6 million back in, I think it was 2006, I believe I mentioned it. 31 Winslow-Homer Road. October 2005, 31 Winslow-Homer Road, $6 million rather. Far above market value has been claimed all along by the purchaser of the property and as shown by other evidence at Prouts Neck. That's the one where, and the broker that handled that transaction's here, where the buyer admitted he's willing to pay $2 million more than he thought it was worth.
Do you know what the assessment for this parcel is?
Which parcel?
The parcel we're talking about that you're appraising in Town Exhibit 10?
I'm sure I do. Or I'm sure I did, but you don't have the file here, you only have my report. 2012, $4,470,900.
And what was the conclusion of value that you came up with after reviewing the market evidence and the sales, and then in particular, I think it's going over on page 9, related to the Richmond Row sale, 31 Winslow-Homer, that you came up with for this particular property?
$4,250,000.
And how does that compare to the assessment?
Close. I think it's maybe 5% below it. It's close.
So, in this proceeding, or at least what's been advanced by taxpayers to date, the only appraisal before the board here related to waterfront or near waterfront, technical waterfront, we'll call it, based on your analysis, would suggest that the value assigned to this property equates to the assessed value in 2012, does it not?
I don't know the relevance of that question. This is a discrimination case. If you're asking me whether my number on an appraisal that I did, normally I wouldn't tell you, but you got the report in front of you. For confidentiality reasons, I wouldn't tell you, but since you already know the number, I was approximately within 5% below what the tax assessment was on this property. But this is a discrimination case. It has nothing to do with the individual value of any property, including this one.
Now, let's take a look at what's been marked in these proceedings and been advanced as evidence of paired sales. This is at tab 3 of the evidence that's here. You have 6 Kelly Lane, and I think 6 Kelly Lane on the first page ties again with the last page, does it not? Or one of the later pages. They're not directly in order, are they? No, it's the flip side of the next page. Those are the paired sales that you were talking about a little bit earlier.
The 22 paired sales that I was talking about were properties that I looked at that sold and resold before and after the recession. So
you're talking now about Exhibit 2, the 22 paired sales?
You're talking about 3.
I'm talking about 3, that's right.
And 3 has a sale at
6 Kelly Lane.
Higgins Beach, 6 Kelly Lane, Prouts Neck, 6 Jocelyn Road, and we've talked about that. But you have the sale and resale at Higgins Beach, 6 Kelly Lane. You have the sale and resale at Pine Point, 9 Avenue 3. And you have the sale and resale, 6 Jocelyn at Prouts Neck.
And those are the ones that are in tab 3?
Those are the ones in tab 3.
Okay. Now, each of those sales that you've included in there, none of those are waterfront, are they?
None of them are waterfront.
They're all interior sales, right?
Yes, they are.
I've included some data in your in this report here at tab 11 and tab 12. You see those?
No.
You have those in front of you?
No.
It's maps of
Okay, this document here, respondents, Prouts Neck exhibits?
I guess that's where they are. I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
11 and 12, these have been provided in these proceedings.
Yes?
If we take a quick look at number 11,
Okay.
you have sales that are assessment ratio at 100% more of listing or sales price.
Yes.
So these are related to both listings and sales, correct?
I did at the time. This was one of the original exhibits I prepared when I first met with the attorneys for our clients.
And are you relying on it now to inform your opinion?
I don't know why I wouldn't rely on it, but it's a representation of the sales that occurred I believe they were 2010, 2011, and 2012 sales to show where the sales were, what the sales were, what the assessments were as a ratio of the sale price before the assessments were changed and what they were after.
And if we go through these, how many of these are waterfront?
Well, again, technically none of them are.
All right. How many of them would fall into the category that I think you qualified, Town Exhibit 10, that are effectively oceanfront?
Okay. Hard for me to answer this, except if you were to ask me to identify the sales that did not have a road, an actual road between them and the shore. I think that's what you're asking me, because otherwise,
Well,
I don't know how to answer the question.
I'm getting back to the statement that you have in Town Exhibit 10, and I think you agreed with me based on what was represented there in terms of your market analysis, that there was a difference between properties on that outer band, the blue band, and the ones that were interior in terms of the impact of the market. Do you remember that?
Sure.
Now, the properties that are here include both ones that are in this band of effective waterfront and ones that are not. And my question to you is, how many of them are waterfront? I count 7.
Well, again, I won't call them waterfront, but in your description, I'd say 1, 2, 3, that one sale with the 2 blue dots at Bohemia Way, that's one sale. That's not 2 sales, that's one sale. That's not 2 saleable lots, it's one sale. Okay? 1 and 2 Bohemia Way was not allowed to be sold as 2 separate parcels, only one property. So 1, 2, 3, are you going to count 6 Jocelyn Road or not?
Well, is that one...
Your choice.
Is that effectively
count it or don't?
oceanfront?
Is it effectively oceanfront?
In your view?
No. All right, so we'll start over. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So we have 4 out of the sample that are here. And then have you looked at, related to those 4, the relationship of either the offering price or the selling price to the new assessment?
The ratio was less than 100%.
And each one of them, was it not?
Not each one. You have a red dot there, which is Cairns Cottage, which is 21 Winslow Homer Road. That's the only red dot in that category you want to talk about, but it is a red dot.
Did you ever have a chance to review that property related to the changes that took place?
Yeah, they built a new house on it, so, you know, at the time that it sold, it had a dwelling on it that I think the assessor had close to $400,000 on at the time it sold. Bob Gould bought that. He debated whether to keep the big old cottage or tear it down. He decided to tear it down and build a new house. So I think at the time that the new assessments came out, that might have been $600,000 or so worth of assessed value on the building at that point. So you went from like close to 400 to now it's 600, but it's 600 new building as opposed to 400 old building. So, you know, that's a tough one because obviously the new assessment ratio at 120%, as my clients well know and were well informed, that's not an indication of 20% over assessment. There was a new dwelling there. So that accounted for some of it, although I will say the assessor did have $400,000 approximately on the old dwelling at the time it sold. But that one had an assessment ratio at the time of sale of 93%, so really would be a blue dot on the old assessment, not a red dot.
And have you summarized the dots, if you will, at what's included in tab 16?
Believe I did. Yes.
So as we look at those over in the left column, we just had a little colloquy on Mr. Gould's property, the Cairns Cottage.
Yep.
And that one, that new assessment ratio, we know the 120% is probably misstates a fair comparison because of the addition of the additional building.
Well, I don't think it misstates anything. This was prepared for my clients and discussed with my clients. It wasn't prepared for you people. I'm here to explain it. I just told you. A new house was put on it. So it's not a misstatement of anything. It's the actual ratio that existed, but there's a reason why it's 120 and not something else.
Not something else, right. And as we go down, the next waterfront property included in this would be the Rogers land at Black Point Inn, 5 Mitchman Row.
Okay.
Right, and I think that's one you relied on in Town Exhibit 10, right? As in your discussion of the value conclusion for the Briarwood property, right?
Relied upon, I stated all the sales I knew about. Did I rely on that sale when I came up with $4,250,000? I stated all the sales. I put them all in there. I even talked about the $6 million sale that the guy paid $6, but said, I only think it's worth 4, I'll give you 6 today. And they said, well, how about 6 and some more? No, I'll give you 6. So I gave you all the sales evidence, and then I made my own conclusion based on what I thought the best evidence was, and obviously Cairns Cottage is the best darn sale you could come up with for that property that I appraised. It's Exhibit 10, because they both have humongous old seasonal cottages on them, and if the one the Honeywells owned was sold to somebody, I'm more than certain that thing would come down in a heartbeat.
Now, these sales that you've identified here, that I think were also referred in part in Town Exhibit 10, are those arm's length transactions to your knowledge?
Some of them have questions to them.
Which ones?
Rogers, for example, at 3.3 and then resold at 3.3. There was some indication there. It was, I forget what the name of the acquiring interest was, but I was told that it may not have been an arm's length. It was never on the market. It was never exposed openly in the marketplace.
That's not unusual for properties approach next, is it?
It's becoming more and more unusual, but in the old days it wasn't, no. A lot of times it was just, people that met at a cocktail party, I'm sure. But more and more properties have been listed and sold in the Maine Real Estate Information System by brokerage companies such as Doris Homer Real Estate or Landvest. So more and more they're being put out there because it's harder to sell. So even there, you'll find properties on the market for years. But this one wasn't on the market at all, nor was 1 and 2 Bohemia Way, which the NFL commissioner bought and built his 10,000 square foot mansion on. That wasn't exposed in the open market either. No. But Cairns Cottage, as I said in my appraisal, was an excellent comparable. I think there's 1/10 of an acre difference in the lots, and the dwellings were both humongous old seasonal residences that I'm sure they tear them both down. And I did hear the assessor, complain that there was no specific adjustment for size for 1/10 of an acre. Come on. He also said 1 acre sold for as much as 2 acres in Scarborough. So that was a great sale. That was the basis for my conclusion. Did I rely on Rogers' land, as you asked me? No, I didn't rely on that sale, but I put them all in there. I talked about all of them. But my number on Exhibit 10 was $4,250,000, not 3.3. So, no, I didn't rely on it.
But the 3.3 helped you inform your opinion, did it not?
No, it made the reader of the report aware of the fact I knew about it.
Okay, so your statement about that property, which is in your appraisal report on page 10, where you mentioned that the subject property is larger than Richmond Row and is more private setting, and I therefore view the subject property as more valuable than this sale property. This property sold previously, meaning the Richmond Row, as I understand it, in August of 2007 for $3.3 million, suggesting no change in value for the property over the Great Recession. So they're saying that now that had no bearing or input on your...
Well, if I were to...
You arrived at the valuation of the property?
If I were to ask you whether the information I provided about that sale in that report was informative to you, what would your answer be? I told you about the sale, I told you what property it was, I told you how it related to the subject property, but did I rely on that to put $4.25 million on that property on Jocelyn? No. I just told you about it. I also told you about the $6 million sale, but my number was 4.25. And my number, as far as I'm concerned, was a great number.
So,
and
Mr. Koudalakis, you're suggesting in your testimony here that your statement, as I read it in Exhibit 10, and as I hope the board will read it, that your statement that you view the subject property as more valuable than the sale property isn't there to help inform the person reading this report as to how you came to your value conclusion, and further, that the next statement, that the property had sold previously in August 2007 for $3.3 million, suggesting no change in value for the property over the Great Recession, It's just something we're supposed to discard.
What relevance does it have? I think the board is intelligent enough to understand that I put almost $1 million more on the property in Exhibit 10 than the sale price of the Rogers land on Richmond Row, which sold for 3.3. It did sell for 3.3. It did sell for 3.3 before. There isn't any change in the sale price. There was other evidence that I cited in the report. For instance, 2 Jocelyn, which sold and resold and sold for, I think, 2% less this time around, still tells you, like I said to you before, pretty strong market still. When you've got the rest of the market, interior, at Prouts Neck telling you that assessments are 40, 50, 70% above sale price, that they were doing okay on the shore side of the road. But what relevance does that have in a discrimination case? Yes, I did state that sale because I didn't want anybody coming back to me later and saying, geez, why didn't you talk about that sale? I talked about all the sales, and I do that every time I do an appraisal. Did I rely on it to put 4.25 on that property? No. But I talked about it. I didn't deceive you, and I didn't deceive the ward. You know everything you need to know about that sale, except whether it was an arm's length sale or not. And I don't know. I'm telling you I don't know.
I have no further questions for Mr. Kudalakis at this time.
Thank you, Rob.
I think
Someone's gonna redirect him here, or?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm not sure I can. How's that, better? No?
There you go.
Yep, no, okay.
There you go.
Mr. Kudalakis, I think you just testified on cross-examination to Attorney Crawford that the interior lots had a dramatic, in your view, diminution in value from the Great Recession.
Yes.
Okay. But you thought that the waterfront or water view ones, whether you consider the road in between making them water view or not, but the waterfront lots fared much better in the Great Recession.
Yes.
Okay. My question to you is, if they fared much better, what's the evidence you saw in the marketplace? We know how smart you are, we know how all these appraisals you've done, you know how clever you are. What's the marketplace evidence for April 1, 12, that those waterfront properties not only didn't decline, as you sort of suggested, but what's the evidence you've seen in the marketplace that they've increased for April 12, 14%?
There is none.
Nothing?
There's nothing.
Were you here at the last meeting in December, Mr. Kudalakis, when I was asking some questions of Mr. Les Brown, the assessor?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of my exhibit book with you?
I do.
One in a little binder?
I do.
If you could turn to my exhibit number 20. Take a look at that, please. I'll let the board catch up with me. You find that, Mr. Kudalakis?
I do.
Now does yours have little green stripes on it?
It does.
Okay. And I think you heard the testimony that was the slip of paper that, indeed, here it is. It's a little slip of paper that Mr. Lefbrance gave me when I asked him, tell me what the sales are that support a 14% increase for the waterfront lots in Prouts Neck. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is what he gave me, and I put it on page 20 here with the green highlights on it. And then I went through those with Mr. Lesperance, right? Remember on the flip chart here? Let me get this other one out of the way so everybody can see. I read in the newspaper that I was sparring with Mr. Lesperance. I didn't mean to be sparring with him, but you remember when I went through these? And these are the 8 sales that he shows here on my Exhibit 20, right?
Yes.
All right, now the first one of those is map 17, lot 15, with an April 2007 sale date.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Given your testimony this evening about the effect of the Great Recession, would you consider a December 2007 sale trying to figure out the values of properties on April 1, 2012?
No.
Why not?
Because it was just that, just before the Great Recession began.
All right. Next was 182403. See that on Exhibit 20?
Yes.
And these 2 lots here with the 4 digits, those are the Black Point Inn lots, right?
Yes.
The curtilage around the building that got sold off separately, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the first one of those is 182403, and that's the one you were just discussing with Attorney Crawford, that was, I think you said, in a sale to an abutter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you consider sales to a abutter to be qualified arm's length sales?
They can be, or they might not be.
All right. Because an abutter might pay more for it than somebody in the marketplace generally, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And the mate there is 2405, January 07, right?
Yes.
Now, again, you would not count that because it predates the Great Recession?
Well, plus I had evidence from 2012 that said that there was a significant difference in lot values between 07 and 2012.
Okay. Next is 19.1, and that has a sale date there of June 06, right?
Yeah, yes.
Same thing, you wouldn't count that one?
No.
Where'd I go here? Now, the next one on Mr. Lesperance's list that he gave me, my Exhibit 20, is map 19, lot 6 and 6A. Now, that's the one to the NFL commissioner, right?
Yes.
No question, that was a big price.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Paid more than the assessment.
Yes.
Okay. We'll circle that one there. Okay. 1917, November 08. Familiar with that sale?
Well,
You got your book right there that you can look, or you want to go look up here on the chart?
so this is a mixture of maps, though, but U1917.
Well,
Is it this one?
It's U20 possibly.
it should be 19.
Yes, U19.
Yep. Yeah, U19, lot 17.
33 Which one is it?
33 Winfield.
Oh.
Yep. And Mr. Dutt, now that's this one here, and the next one is U19, lot 18, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do them in reverse order. 1918, everybody, that's an October 2005 sale.
Yeah, I think that's the one for $6 million.
Yeah. And this is the one where we've all heard this story, and correct me if I mistake this, you told whoever it was worth $4 million, Leslie told everybody it was worth $4 million, and this...
I didn't tell anybody it was worth $4 million.
All right.
The story goes that the buyer acknowledged it was worth $4 million, willing to pay $6.
And he told whoever, go offer the guy an extra $2. Figure out what it's worth and offer him an extra $2, right?
Yes.
That's this one here. Do you consider that a good qualified sale that you'd use for figuring out values?
No.
Okay.
And 17 here is an acquisition by Zilka who bought this one.
All right, so there's an abutter.
Sale to an abutter.
So, I mean, that's questionable, right? Sale to an abutter? All right, and then last we've got map 19, lot 23. What's that?
That one is Bob Moore's.
This is the so-called jewel of the Nile, or jewel of the neck, okay?
Yeah.
So out of all of these, because these two were abutters, of these 8 here that he told me, there seemed to be questions about, pretty good questions about the validity of all of them, other than possibly Roger Goodell's great big purchase of his, right? And then Mr. Gould, who's a wealthy, whatever, investor from Massachusetts, his so-called jewel of the neck, right?
Yes.
Mr. Koulakis, I suggested before, you're a clever guy, do lots of appraisals, but you haven't done appraisals here, correct?
Appraisals?
For this proceeding, you did
No,
appraisals
I did
of
not. No.
my 10 property owners or Mr. Block's 12
Well, I don't
properties?
even know who they are.
Understood?
So, no.
And that was understood, that you weren't to know that, right?
Yes.
Why do you rely so much on sales data that we've been beating you over the head with here, rather than you're going out as a clever guy and doing appraisal work?
That's how you do appraisal work.
But what's the, suppose I'm as clever as you, a big leap of faith, but suppose I'm as clever as you and I do an appraisal work, you're going to look at sales data rather than my appraisal report, rather than my professional opinion?
Yes.
Why is that?
Opinions are opinions. Appraisals are estimates of value that are supportable and defensible. So you have to support and defend your opinion somehow. Now, in the state of Maine, if you're a real estate broker, you don't have to do that. And I'm a real estate broker, but I have to do it because I'm also a general certified appraiser. So in the state of Maine, if I only had a broker's license or an associate broker license, I could go out and look at a property and stand on the front lawn with the owner and say, gee, I think it's worth this. And I'd be perfectly within my rights under the law, as long as if I was going to do a report, I said it wasn't done by a licensed or certified real estate appraiser and may not conform to the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. So I could do that. And I could give up my certification today and do that. But that's not the business I'm in when I'm doing appraisals.
You're held, frankly, to a higher standard, right?
Yes.
Okay. There was an inquiry made of you on cross-examination by Attorney Crawford as to whether you had updated the assessor's data in your report since the date you did it. And I think your answer was no, you hadn't updated it since then, correct?
That is correct.
You remember that exchange? Right.
Yeah.
When did you do your report, and is it stale as we stand here tonight?
It was we're talking about a case here that involves the April 1, 2012 tax assessment date.
Right.
So all of the investigation was done appropriate to that general time frame. So why would I update it?
Okay. One last inquiry here, Mr. I've been told I should say one last line of inquiry, so I don't get stuck with one last question. You were asked about the Carver sale in the neighborhood sort of by the Piper Shores retirement home, right?
Yes.
And that, I think you said, went under contract in April of 12, but didn't close till the end of April of 12, right?
It went under contract in March of 2012.
Okay.
And didn't close until April.
Okay.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, what's more relevant to the value of a piece of property for April 1, 12? Its sale and an arm's length sale in April later, in the month of April 2012, or a sale that occurred 10 months earlier in whatever that would be, July of 2011?
Well, assuming there was no dramatic change in the market in that time frame, the closer to that April 1 date you get, the better.
Okay. And indeed, the assessor has relied on a couple of post-April 1 sales, hasn't he, here?
I believe he did.
You wait just a second. Let me find the one I'm referring to here. I have it in my... Give me just one moment, Mr. Chairman. Let me find that.
Certainly.
Do you have anything there, Mr. Goodlock, that'll help me so we're not completely stalled here? Oh, you wait a minute. Do you have the town assessor's exhibit book in front of you?
No, but
Let me,
she gave me the sale,
yeah.
I gave them back.
Yeah, well, let me give you the other portion of it. That's town exhibit 4A, you see that?
Yeah,
Okay. And one of the sales on there, if you go about, what, in that list of sales, the third up from the bottom, that's what, 35 Winslow Homer Road?
third up from the bottom, 21 Winslow Homer Road, no?
Oops.
Oh, B, we should be talking about T4B.
Yeah.
Okay, 35 Winslow Homer Road, yeah.
Yeah, what's the date on that one? You need to look at mine?
All right, 35 Winslow Homer Road, November 2012.
Okay. I guess, and,
And there's 34 Sacarapa Lane, October 2012.
okay,
And there's 2 Jocelyn Road, October 2013. So there's 3.
okay. And can you look at town exhibit 4B, and maybe Susan has it right there, 4B?
That was from 4B.
Okay, you got 4B?
Yeah.
And down in the middle of the page there on town exhibit 4B, what are those two? The first one is 5 Richmond Row.
Yeah.
Is that one of your paired sales?
That was a sale and a resale. Yeah.
From August?
At the same sale price, 3.3 million. That's the one we were just talking about.
Okay. But in fact, the assessment got bumped up. There's 14% that we're challenging here in this appeal, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And the other one down there is 2 Jocelyn Road?
Yes. That was a sale and resale.
All right, and that's the one sold for less, right?
Yes. About
So what-
2% less.
I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Kudalakis, what's the evidence you've seen in the marketplace to support, for April 1, 2012, a 14% increase on the land value of these Trouts Neck waterfront properties?
There are no sales contemporary to the 4/1/2012 date that would tell you there should be any.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Quickly,
Right. Mr. Kudalakis, if you could put in front of you Town Exhibit 10, which is your appraisal report of the Briarwood property again. A couple things coming up in there. Across. Understood.
It's okay.
Okay.
Now, if we go to the page back in your report, page 6 is where you talk about market evidence. See that? You have some general observations at
Sure.
the top, and then market evidence.
Sure.
Just go down and take a look at the date of the sales that you identified in here as market evidence. First one's October 2003, correct?
Yes?
Next one's October 2005, correct?
Yes.
Next one's June 2006, correct?
Yes.
Next one's October 2008, correct?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that the Great Recession was during the time period in your testimony between December of 2007 and June of 2009.
I'm sorry?
I think you indicated in your testimony to Mr. Block that in
Uh-huh.
your opinion, the Great Recession commenced in December of 2007 and was technically ended, I think is the term you used, or something similar to that, in June of 2009, correct?
Yeah, that wasn't my opinion. That came from the... from the National Bureau of Economic Research.
But you advanced it in part of your testimony, and I'm assuming you concur with it, maybe generally?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So, looking down your sales, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of those sales of the 6 that you've discussed on this page of your appraisal report would be within that time period of the quote-unquote Great Recession, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to Town Exhibit 4B, you had in front of you that Mr. Dale asked you some questions about. You indicated there was nothing contemporaneous, I think, around April 1st, 2012, to suggest an adjustment to the valuation as input by Mr. Lesperance and the land pricing for the subject properties that are in this appeal. Is that right?
Upward adjustment, yes, that's correct. There's no evidence there that would apply to a conclusion that values increased by 14.3% or anything like it post-recession. In fact, there's evidence to the contrary.
Well, if you look at the October 12th sale, which is just partway down, I think you indicated that you had a sale which was after April 1st. Here's one a couple months later that indicates an assessment ratio of 83%.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And then there's another one that you go down a little bit further, 35 Winslow Homer, 90%.
Yes.
Right? And then
Yeah.
there's one in March of 11, right?
Yes.
After the date of the Great Recession,
Yes.
right? That's at 77%.
Yeah.
And then there's another one in November of 11 that's at 76%. So all of these. And so you're suggesting here that there's no evidence to support
There
an
is,
adjustment?
excuse me, there is no evidence in this document that would tell you that the values increased at Prouts Neck for any property post-recession at all. Unless maybe there was a building change somewhere with some property, but even then, there's no sale. There is no sale post-recession. Post-recession, there is no sale that would lead anybody to conclude that values increased at Prouts Neck post-recession. In fact, there's sales evidence, some of which we don't know whether it's arm's length or not, some of which we do know was arm's length, that shows you that, if anything, there was a decline. Now, if your question to me is whether the assessment ratios on sales that occurred were below 100%, yeah, that's factual evidence here.
And what is the
But that is not a basis for a conclusion that values increased at Prouts Neck post-recession, because we got sales evidence that tells you it didn't.
And Mr. Kudalakis, you've been here in the proceedings at Pine Point, been here at the proceedings in Higgins Beach, and you've been here at the proceedings all along. Is it your understanding, or correct me if I'm wrong, that the 2011 assessments are rooted in 2005 revaluation, correct?
There was a reval in 2005, I know that.
And so that's when those values were set. Isn't that correct?
I assume that's correct for at least most of them.
No further questions, Mr. Kudalakis. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Let's see, I think this will probably be a appropriate time to take a little break here. Give everybody a chance to stretch their legs and go to the bathroom if they need to. Why don't we take 10 minutes? Fair enough?
Oh, this is yours, too.
everybody about just time frame. It's getting kind of later on in the night. So I would like to try to parcel out the remaining time we have left with what we have to get accomplished tonight, because it would be best if we could finish tonight, for all sorts of reasons. So it's 9 o'clock now. I'd like to say that we're gonna have we'll stop at no later than 11 o'clock. Okay, that gives us 2 hours. Hopefully, that will be enough, and maybe we can save some as well. So I know we have a couple of, one witness left, I believe, is Leslie. We have potentially Bill and Paul. So I would just say, with the penchant that you have for cross and redirect and recross and redirect, and I might limit that now, depending on the time. So the sooner you can ask your questions and get them through, the more time you have to do that, if that's what you'd rather do than not rather do. So I just want you to keep the time frame in mind so we can kind of move this process along and try to finish this tonight, which gives us and then we can get some marching orders as far as what the board would like from both parties prior to our deliberations. Fair enough?
If I might, Mr. Chairman, that's fine by the property owners, subject only to the notion that if the assessors are going to do a little bit of rebuttal, it's fine. I would like at least 5 minutes with both of them, and I would please to be on the clock. But I just don't want, for example, Mr. Lesbrand to testify for 10, 15 minutes, and I don't get to at least possible cross-examine him.
Absolutely, you will get your time. I do not want to limit your time at all to a rebuttal. I just want to make sure that we don't run at 5 minutes 11 and you get 5 minutes to rebut. And that's why I was talking to Attorney Crawford as well, that we're going to give you enough time. If we feel that it's 11 o'clock and we're not there, then what we're going to do is we'll come back next week. We've got it already slotted, and we'll finish up and we'll take off for the third night. I hope we don't have to do that. I think we can, that we can address what needs to be addressed in the 2 hours. I think seems to be more than adequate to me, and hopefully you will feel the same. So, having said that, Bill, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, we'll call Leslie Craig, please.
Leslie, I just want to remind you that you have been sworn in at a prior time. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Craig.
Good evening.
All right, and as the chairman just said, you have previously been sworn in this matter, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate your present employment?
I am the designated broker and owner of Doris Homer Real Estate.
Okay, and Doris Homer Real Estate is right out there in the middle of Proud's Neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you done that?
Since 1990, for the last 23 years.
And how were you related to Doris Homer?
She was my grandmother.
All right, and so you took over her practice or her shop?
I did.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
I have a BA from New York University. I am a designated broker, so I went through all of the proper licensing in the state of Maine to become that designee.
And is there a difference between being a real estate salesperson and being a designated broker?
Yes.
What's that?
Additional education requirements and testing.
Okay, and how long have you been a, quote, designated broker?
Since about 1994.
Okay. And how long before that did you work at Doris Homer Realty?
I started in 1990.
So 90, that's 10, that's 23 years you've been at Doris Homer Realty?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that Doris Homer Realty specializes in the sale and rental of, purchase and sale and rental of properties at Proud's Neck?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have occasion at Doris Homer Realty, by the way, on our exhibits up on the sideboard, which are also in our exhibit book, as exhibits 13, 14, and 15, showing the property to the immediate south of Higgins Beach, where Piper Shores is. You see that as a... I'm gonna give up, Mr. Chairman, and maybe I could borrow somebody's, before I... I wouldn't be sympathetic, but I know he's wired, and I'm afraid it might... Exactly. Can everybody hear me with this all right? Does that seem
Yep,
like it's on?
that's fine.
Greg, can you hear me?
Yes.
The squeaking is too much. Yeah. I'm not doing very well here in my,
You got it now.
I have now broken everything and break, and I fixed it, so we're good to go. Just Greg, I asked you to direct your attention to the poster boards, which are exhibits in my exhibit book. And they are 13, 14, and 15, right? Are you familiar with the property shown on the top of those, which is Assessor's Map R101, and it's Exhibit 13? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you, even from here, see the red writing on the far right of that tax map?
Yes.
And it says Higgins Beach?
Yes.
Is that fairly representative of that geographic area?
Yes.
And how, Ms. Craig, can you be so sure about that? Where'd you grow up?
In that property.
You grew...
Abutting Higgins Beach.
All right. So let me go over there. Ms. Craig, I'm going to look over here at Exhibit 13, map R101, and this top property here is currently Bob Crispin's, and the next is Doug Timms. Yeah? You familiar with that?
There's someone in the middle, and Doug Timms is on the left.
And he's 4A, all right.
Yes.
And where did you grow up?
4A.
4A, all right.
And all of the other property in the white.
Oh, all right.
All
So
of
your family owned what is now largely owned by the Piper Shores Retirement Home?
All of it, yes.
Okay. And so you lived there growing up, and when you went off to college, you came home from college and so forth?
Not always to that property, but yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Carver property that we talked about earlier this evening?
Yes.
How so?
I knew the Carvers personally. I had been to that house. I actually made a listing proposal to sell that property. It was not my listing, but I was familiar with the property.
Okay. In your opinion, generally speaking, are the tax map parcels shown on that first map, R101, which I think is our Exhibit 13, are those generally at the same, in the same category in the real estate market? Same sort of high-end residential property?
I would consider them high-end
Yeah.
for Scarborough, yes.
And more so than Higgins Beach house lots that are next door?
Yes.
Okay. And let me get down to the middle one, which is the one that's R102, which is number 14, and that's the great big piece in the middle is Herb Ginn. You know who Herb Ginn is?
Yes.
The local businessman. Similarly, high-end oceanfront properties?
Yes.
Okay. And then the bottom one, which, if you can see from way over here at the very bottom of it, of R101, it's got red arrows at the bottom that says Prout's Neck. Is that a fair approximation of how that bleeds into Prout's Neck?
Yes.
Okay. And similarly, the couple of house lots shown in yellow on R103, similar high-end oceanfront properties?
Yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, if you were looking for, or if you had somebody come to you looking to buy properties there, you would feel all of those were the sort of general same market segment?
Depending on, yes, but depending on the size of the house and the lot.
Okay.
And the ocean view.
In particular, are you familiar with the improvements on those lots?
Most of them.
Yep. You know who Bob Crispin is?
Yes.
And who is he?
He was a business executive who came here with Unum, I believe.
Oh. Let me show you what's here marked. Ms. Craig, it's labeled on top. It's part of Exhibit 13, I believe. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Yep. Is that Mr. Crispin's house?
It is.
fair representation of what it looks like today?
Yes.
Generally speaking, a fair representation of what it looked like in April 2012?
I would say so.
Yep. And
Point of order, I don't think we've ever seen these.
right, that's why I put the maps in, because they only have this one set of colored copies. That's why the maps are in there, to alert you to that. And I'm going to give this one set, you've seen them, to the board. Yeah. I believe you indicated a minute ago, you know Doug Tim, who's he?
A Portland businessman.
Okay, and he's sort of, on that top map, 101, he's,
4A.
4A. It's one of the, right next to where you grew up, you said.
I grew up on that property.
On that Mr. Tim's property, okay? And is that, generally speaking, a fair representation of what Mr. Tim's property looked like on today?
Yes.
And a fair representation of what it looked like April 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And then, next two are labeled Herbert, and Ada Ginn is the one, and his grandson, I guess, Clifford Ginn, right?
Right.
And those two are on the middle map there, right? R102?
Yes.
Again, fair representations of those properties for today?
Yes.
Fair representations of those properties for April 2012?
I would say so.
Yep. We're almost done here. Next one is Peter Rubin. Do you know who Peter Rubin is?
I don't know them personally.
All right. You know where the Atlantic House used to be?
Yes.
And where the condos are next to it?
Yes.
Or, excuse me, on the old Atlantic House site?
Yes.
And let me represent to you, as shown on the map, that Mr. Rubin's house is right next to Atlantic House condos, whatever they should be called. Okay? Fair representation what that looks like today
Yes.
and on April 12th?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me show you this one. What's the label on that one? Can you read it? My handwriting at the very top there?
Coin. 1355 Marion Jordan Road, R101, Lot 20. It was formerly Carver.
That's the Carver property, right?
Right.
And is that a fair representation of what that looked like in April 12th?
The house has been torn down. I assume the house is still there April 12th.
All right. But has subsequently been torn down?
It has since been torn down.
As we stand here tonight, it's been torn down. Okay,
I
right?
believe most of it has been.
And hopefully you recognize this one, Ms. Gregg. What's that last one?
It's the property in between Crispin and Tim.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes.
Okay. And so those properties are representative of the shorefront lots in maps 101, 102, and 103?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had occasion to do sales for properties out there?
Yes.
How so?
I sold the property, 2 lots, to Doug Tim. I sold the property to Bob Crispin, and I sold the property to Piper Shores, and I currently have a listing at Cole Farm Estates behind the Carver property.
And when you say Cole Farm Estates, I may embarrass myself by saying I think immediately of the restaurant out in Gray, but I'm gathering this is something different. Why the reference to Cole Farm?
There's a subdivision off of Marion Jordan Road, Cole Farm Drive, which is the same driveway that accesses the Carver property.
Okay. And there was a Methodist minister, Reverend or Father Carver, or Father Cole?
Reverend Cole.
Right. And this is all his property that got subdivided, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have done some listings and sales out there?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that your predominant sales area is Prouts Neck, however?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do to monitor sales at Prouts Neck, in, let's say, over the last 5 years?
I track the sales as they occur, and I keep an ongoing list, and I also track them in multiple listing service.
I don't mean to embarrass you, Ms. Craig, but I assume for every sale, generally speaking, you get 6%, right?
No.
5%?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you get 5, so it's in your interest to have the sale price be as big as it can in a narrow perspective, right?
If I'm representing the seller, that's my job and obligation.
Right. But in fact, you can overreach, can't you? And price something too high so that it doesn't sell?
That can happen.
What, that could
It's
happen
not my
to one.
practice, yes.
That could happen to one, but not to you, right?
It's not my practice.
Okay. Because why? You keep track of these, right?
I track the sales.
And do you think for April 10, 11, and 12, you had a good sense of both what the sales were and what you sort of thought the sales prices should have been?
Yes.
Who do you know that has keeps better track of those sale prices in Prouts Neck than Doris Homer Realty?
No one.
Because that's what you do, right?
It's my job.
That's your job. And by the way, you represent buyers, sellers, and renters, right?
Yes.
Some people rent for a week or a month in the summer, right?
Yes.
Right. So, at the risk of being too blunt, you're sort of the guy. Prouts Neck? The
I
gal.
have been there for a long time.
Okay. With regard, you heard Mr. Koudalakis testify earlier this evening, right?
Yes.
You know George Koudalakis?
Yes,
You respect his opinion?
I do.
How so?
George has a lot of experience, and I've worked with him specifically on appraisal work, just consulting with him over many years in the Prouts Neck area.
You heard his testimony tonight about his view of the Great Recession and how it affected property values at Prouts Neck.
Yes,
Do you agree or disagree with him?
I agree.
In your opinion, are you aware of any evidence that would support a 14% increase for waterfront properties in Prouts Neck for April 2012?
Not a 14% increase, no.
I want to ask you again, Ms. Craig, of market sales, of data, for qualified arm's length sales, what do you know that would support a 14% increase for waterfront properties at Prouts Neck for April 12?
There aren't any sales that support that.
And you're pretty sure about that?
Yes,
In a narrow sense, it's in your selfish interest to have more, right? 5% of a higher number is better than 5% of a lower number?
sure.
I want to ask you about some sales that have occurred. Now, at my request, you prepared a report for me, right?
Yes,
Have you got a copy of my exhibit book in front of you?
yes,
And number 18 is your report, right? And I think all the board members have that as well.
yes.
We do.
And Ms. Craig, tell the board how you came to prepare this sort of three-part report, 2011, 12, and 13. How did you come to prepare that?
It's an ongoing list that I prepare as a property sells. I track it, add it to the list, I go back and check online the town records, the tax assessor's records, as well as anything posted on multiple listing service. And if it was my listing and my sale, I have a lot of data already on the particular property.
Okay. Now, this is all properties. This is not just waterfront, right? All properties at Prouts Neck.
These are all sales.
Okay. Let me direct on the first page of Exhibit 18 to your number 2, Rogers Land at BPI 5 Richmond Row. See that?
Yes.
And you've typed in, what's the difference, by the way, between the black typeface and the red typeface?
The black typeface is the factual information or data about the property. The red is comments or notes.
Sort of your editorial comment on it?
Yes.
All right. So number 2 on the first page of Exhibit 18, Rogers Lane, BPI 5 Richmond Row. That's 2405. One of these here on Mr. Lesbrance's list.
2403.
2403, excuse me, yep. Says, your editorial comment, private sale between abutters, not arm's length transaction. Tell me about that.
In my professional opinion, an arm's length transaction is one in which a property has been offered to the general public, to anyone within the community, to multiple listing service, to other agencies, to other brokers. It's marketed. There may or may not be a sign on the property, but it's generally known that the property is available for sale. And there are some sales like this one where that doesn't occur. Nobody knew this was for sale. No one knew it was going to be for sale. It was a private transaction between two abutters who never discussed it with anyone else.
In in fact, Ms. Craig, for those curtilage lots that surrounded the old Black Point Inn, all right, the ones that have 4-digit lot numbers,
Yes.
what was your understanding about who was eligible even to bid on buying those?
My understanding from the Black Point Partners, who a group of investors from within the Proud's Neck community formed Black Point Partnership to purchase the Black Point Inn property.
And did?
And then subdivided and sold off, I believe it was 9 lots. No, it's 13, sorry, altogether, I believe. The initial investors, there were 3 investment levels. There was a minimum level of $250,000, a second level of $500,000, and a third level of $1 million. The only people who had access to bid at auction on acquiring any of those properties at the Black Point Inn were investors at the $500,000 and $1 million level. Even the $250,000 investors did not have access to acquire the property. Neither did the general public.
So if I wanted to buy one of these on the cheap for $200,000, I wouldn't have been allowed to bid?
Not initially, no.
And if I wanted to buy this on the upside for $5 million, I wouldn't have been allowed to bid?
No.
Okay. Given that restriction on who could buy those BPI lots, do you consider those sales to be arm's length sales?
I do not, because they were not available to the public to purchase, and they were not listed with a broker. They were truly not for sale to the public.
Okay, and that's one of the ones, that's 24-3, that's one of the ones here on Mr. Lefebvre's list, right? I crossed that one off. The other one here in your report I want to go to real quick is on the second page here of Exhibit 18, and that's the number 6 is, you've labeled it the Timpson property, see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the one that, for better or worse, we all reference to the NFL, right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you know about that property, about the sale of that property?
That property was not listed on the market for sale. No one knew it was going to come on the market for sale. It was a private transaction.
Okay, and that's what you've written in red there in the second paragraph of number 6, right?
Yes.
You say private sale, not arm's length, never listed, and so forth.
Right.
And that, aside from the expense of the property, it's a little bit unusual property with...
It was. There were 3 houses on the property. I believe it's 1.2 acres, and the property was not subdividable. So in order to sell the property, the seller had to sell all 3 of their residences. It was a family compound with parents and children and grandchildren living in those 3 houses, and they had to sell the whole thing in order to make the sale.
Unusual, not the end of the world, those sort of funky circumstances?
It's just unusual.
Okay. Would you consider that an arm's length sale?
No, again, because it wasn't listed for sale. No one knew it was for sale.
Okay, so we crossed that one off. Now, you were here last meeting and heard me discuss with Mr. Lefebvre the 8 sales that he had told me he relied on, right?
Yes.
And I've listed them here, and I have, for better or worse, crossed off a bunch of them, other than the very last one, number 8, that was 1923. And that's the one that Bob Gould, fair to say rich investor or whatever he is, from Boston, yeah?
Yes.
Mr. Gould. The Jewel of the Neck?
Yes.
And why does it have that funny name?
Some newspaper reporter
All right.
coined it.
But generally considered a handsome property?
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't have that name for nothing. Fair to say that that one probably is an arm's length sale?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's fair to say of the 8 that Mr. Lefebvre gave me in my Exhibit 20 here, my little slip of paper, here's number 20, yeah, my Exhibit 20, it's your professional opinion that only the one here is fairly considered an arm's length sale?
That is arm's length, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of other sales at Proud's Neck around this April 12 date that would support either an increase, decrease, or holding assessment stable, other than these dates?
you know, there are properties that sold for far less than assessed value in 2011. There are properties that sold for more than assessed value.
Ms. Craig, if you turn to your Exhibit 18, that memo you prepared for me with the black and red typeface.
Yes.
Okay. I took the liberty this afternoon of going through there and comparing your assessment numbers with your, the sale price and so forth. And I came out with 12 sold for a little bit more and 11 sold for less than the assessment. That sound about right to you?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you draw from the fact that of those properties in there, 12 of them sell for more than the assessment and 11 sell for less than the assessment?
There's no basis to increase or decrease values of the assessed values.
Bill? Just, excuse me. I don't want to lose track of you. What, you said 12 properties. On the 2011, I count 7. Are you adding all of them up?
Yes, I'm
All
sorry.
3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that's what you're doing or not.
Ms. Craig, let me make sure that's clear on the record. In Exhibit 18 in my book, you prepared a summary of all the sales for 2011, 12, and 13 in Prousnack, right?
Yes.
Right. And I represented to you that I counted them up this afternoon, and it was essentially, there's an odd number of them, an even, all but, even split between sales above assessment and sales below assessment. It was one more or the other, I can't remember which, because it's an odd number. Right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not aware of any other sales beyond the ones you put in your report here?
I'm not.
And you're the guy, you're the gal, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not aware of any other sales out there in, around Piper Shores, or the Ginn property, or in front of Scarborough Beach on maps R101, 2, and 3, other than the Carver sale?
Just the Carver property.
Okay. There has been discussion tonight about 2 of these sales here on the assessor's list of 8 that he gave me. And it was his 6th and 7th one, map 19 lot 17, map 19 lot 18, and I talked, I think, with Mr. Koulakis first about the one from 2005. This is Mr. Zilka, right?
Which address?
Well, the one that he bought first in 2005, one that Mr. Koulakis talked about people getting a value, and Mr. Zilka said, great, whatever it's worth, and offer him another 2. Remember that?
Yes.
Is that your understanding what happened?
It is what happened. I represented Mr. Zilka as a buyer's agent in that transaction.
And did he ask you, go back to the office, figure out what it's worth, and then we're going to offer him another 2?
Yes, he said, before you tell me the value, I'm going to tell you I'm going to add $2 million to whatever price you come up with, because the property was not for sale. And he only wanted that specific house because it was a John Calvin Stevens design house.
The building itself.
The building itself, and he wanted that property in that location. He didn't want any other house. So he wanted to...
How did he know he didn't want any other house?
He walked around the roads, and he walked around the cliff walk, and that's what he saw that he liked.
Okay.
And he wanted to induce them to sell. It wasn't for sale, and there were 9 family members that, in 3 branches of a family that owned it. And they had no intention of selling, but he made them a phenomenal offer.
He offered him what it was worth plus $2 million?
Yes.
Okay. Do you consider that an arm's length sale?
No, again, it wasn't listed for sale, and he paid $2 million over value, in my opinion.
Okay. And then 3 years later, he buys the one right next door, right?
That was a private sale between 2 neighbors. Again, that property was not listed for sale, or the public was not aware.
Okay. And do you consider sales to abutters to be arm's length transactions, qualified sales?
They can be. It depends on whether the property has been listed and made available to the public.
All right. But that second Zoka one was not, correct?
It was not.
Okay. One moment, please. I'm almost done here. Give me just one moment, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Rob?
Oh.
Look like Bob Barker over there.
I should look as good at 90 as you do.
Let's make a deal. Good evening, Ms. Craig.
Good evening.
My name's Rob Crawford. We haven't had a chance to meet except in these proceedings. A couple questions by way of background in regards to your agency. I took a look at your website, and it seems, if I'm not mistaken, that you hold yourself out as being somewhat unique because your agency is located right in Prouts Neck, and that you have this legacy, if you will, since 1957 of serving that community. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it seems that in looking at your website, there's a lot of emphasis on the unique qualities of Prouts Neck. And I think you indicated that your primary source of business is in that location. Is that correct?
It has been primary, yes.
Primarily. Like 90%?
I can't give you a percentage without calculating. I'm not going to guess.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about facts. I'm not going to guess about numbers.
Okay, but significant.
Yes.
Yes, okay. The other point that I noticed in your website, too, is that at least the way you're promoting yourself is those that you're trying to address are those that want to purchase or rent property in the unique community of Prouts Neck. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you consider it unique?
I do.
It's unlike any other place in Maine, is it not?
There are many unique places in Maine, many up and down the coast, and this is one of many.
One of many, but it's kind of a place unto itself, is it not?
It is, as is Higgins Beach, as is Pine Point. Each summer community up and down the coast is truly unique unto itself, I believe.
Now, you gave us some testimony about the areas, so I'll call that the Piper Shores area, because
Yes.
that's kind of what's happened, is that I think people know it and on that, and in experience growing up there, seeing
Right.
it.
Right.
Do you consider it as a realtor that somebody come to see you that wants to be in Prouts Neck, that you could sell them a piece up the road up there?
Yes, plenty
Do.
of people from Prouts Neck have bought in Coal Farm Estates behind the Carver property.
While
and have
while
built
selling in
there.
Prouts Neck?
They already own in Prouts Neck, and they're buying more properties in Coal Farm Estates, or they chose to purchase in Coal Farm Estates rather than in Prouts Neck because bigger pieces of land,
Right, I
more
was gonna
privacy.
I was going to ask you about that, because I think one of the things that you also promote in your website is that there's like 200 parcels or so in Prouts Neck, right?
Approximately.
Right, and even looking with the subdivision up there with the Cole Farms, which is relatively new, there's maybe 50 parcels up there.
That sounds high, but yeah.
It probably does sound a little bit high. And then you talked a little bit about some of the properties that were up there, the Crispin property and the Carver property and the Ginn property.
Mhm.
Those are all rather large tracts of land, are they not?
Yes.
Are there any tracts of land even close to that size in Prouts Neck?
I'd have to look at the actual acreage. I don't have it in front of me for the Tim property and the property next to it in Crispin. To answer that question, I don't know the acreage of those exactly.
Right, and then the parcels that you sold up there, you mentioned the Crispin, the Tim property, and also the Piper Shores.
Mm-hmm.
When were you involved in selling those properties?
Those were in the early to mid-1990s.
Okay, and which properties have you recently been involved in brokering up in this part of the world?
Well, as I said, I made a listing proposal and presentation to the Carver family to list that. I did not get the listing. It went to Landvest. And I currently have a listing at Coal Farm Estates, 5 Coal Farm Drive.
And what was in your proposal, what was the proposed price that you suggested to the Carvers?
I'm sorry, I don't have that report with me. It's been on the market for 2 years and then the sale, so it was over 2 years ago or even 3 when I made that proposal.
Okay.
So I don't remember, I'm sorry.
So you have one listing now in Coal Farms Estate, right?
Yes.
And how long have you had that?
I've listed it 2 times, actually. It was on the market for about a year, then it was off the market for a year, and this past year in 2013, I listed it in the spring, so for a little more than 6 months this time.
Now, I wanted to ask you, are you being compensated for appearing here tonight?
I'm not. I'm a volunteer.
You're volunteer?
Yes,
Okay. So you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart?
I am.
Okay. Is that because you're a Proton-X resident?
It is.
Okay. So service to your community
Yes.
and also service to your constituents?
Community.
Okay. Now, let's take a look a little bit at your report. Do you have it in front of you, which is identified in here as number 18, tab 18? I think it is, right?
Yep.
Now, the first listing you have in there, 2011, you have 9 sales that you tracked in 2000, it took place in 2011, calendar year 2011?
Yes.
And how many of those are, I'm not sure I can use this term anymore, waterfront properties?
One property on the second page of 2011, the Timpson property is,
Directly
as
on
George
the ocean?
Kudalakis pointed out, separated from the ocean, fronted by the public marginal way.
Right. As a broker, do you make that distinction that the marginal way is there, the way you transact these properties?
I don't market the property that way, but it is public information that that's a public way.
So basically, you get that because it's been there forever, right?
Yeah.
The public way, right. But how many of on 2011? Let's just go down the list. Number 1, right, that's at Ferry Beach, right?
Pinewood Circle is off of the Black Point Road. It's a U-shaped road off of Black Point Road.
But that's Ferry Beach right there. It's up a little bit with the yellow on that.
But it's not at Ferry Beach. It's off Black Point Road. It's
Okay,
closer
so
to Black Point Road, not Ferry Beach.
Okay.
It's next to Ferry Road,
It's next to Ferry Road.
off of Black Point.
Okay.
Ferry Road and Pinewood Circle both originate off of Black Point Road.
And is that in the section on that map that's up there colored yellow?
Yes.
All right. And then the next one, we've had some testimony here, 5 Richmond Row. That one's a waterfront parcel, is it not?
That is not, actually. I don't consider that waterfront.
You don't?
No.
Can you find it on the map there? Okay, so 24...
road that separates it, as well as the topography, as well as another property that separates it from the ocean. So I do not consider that oceanfront.
Okay, so that other property that's basically in front of it is, there's a road, right? And then there's a road across the street?
The topography of that property is that it's elevated far above a road, which then separates it from the beach club and the ocean.
Now-
So there's a road, there's topography, and there's another property.
Got it. Now, you indicated that in your view, that was not an arm's length transaction because it was a sale between abutters. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in that transaction?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't?
No, there were no brokers involved.
Were you involved in representing anybody who filed the transfer tax form?
No?
Okay, well, I'd like to show you what's marked in this proceeding, Town Exhibit 20A. You could hand that to the witness, and Sue, you want to circulate these? I'll put one down to Bill. Yeah. So they've, just by, while this is being circulated, you've seen these forms, right, and been involved in possibly signing these?
Actually, I've never signed a transfer tax declaration. My closings are done with attorneys that represent the buyer and then a separate attorney who represents the seller. And the attorneys or the title company, whoever the closing agent is for the transaction, signs this. I've never signed one, and this is not my signature, nor is my name spelled correctly on this form.
Okay, got it.
Somebody forged my signature on this, and I've never seen this document.
Okay, well, I understand, but this is what's of the public record, and
Well, this is wrong.
Well, let's just take a look at it for what it is, and I understand that, I'm not suggesting that that's your signature. I actually thought that might be Lee Lowry's signature, who was one of Bill Dale's partners.
It is.
I would guess that it is Lee Lowry's signature. He spells his name with an I-E, I do not.
Okay, got it. No, I wasn't suggesting that this was your signature.
Okay.
Is that your?
I just wanted to be clear.
Right. But I wanted just to know your familiarity with this form and what it identifies. Now,
it identifies transfer tax. Again, it's something that I've never signed, and these are papers that get passed around during closings, and I'm not even always present at closings.
understood. But calling your attention to, there is a box here, is there not, where it identifies at number 9 whether or not there are special circumstances in the transfer which suggest the price paid was either more or less than its fair market value. Is that right?
I see that box.
And it doesn't look like it's checked here, does it?
No,
And it doesn't look like there's any explanation here either, does it?
no.
And would you agree with me that this relates to that transaction related to the 5 Richmond Row, map U18, lot 24, which transacted in February of 2011?
It appears to be. Again, I've never seen this form.
Okay. So, going back to tab 18, right? Here's one here where at least there's some indication that perhaps your view of this being not an arm's length transaction.
It has a beautiful ocean view. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about ocean view.
No,
arm's length? No, I mean, not in my opinion.
Not in your opinion.
When things are sold privately between two abutters and they're not offered to the public, I just don't consider that arm's length.
I understand that, but not what was reported in the public record. You agree with me on that?
I'm sorry, can you restate that?
There's no indication on this form that this wasn't an arm's length transaction, correct?
That is correct. I don't know how many attorneys or closing agents are filling out box 9 on these forms. Again, as I've said, I don't have access to these forms.
I understand. Okay. And you usually don't. You clarified that. Now let's go down to number 3 on your list here of the 2011 property. That's an interior property, is it not?
Excuse me, that's it?
That's an interior property? That's
yes,
not a
it is.
waterfront?
There's no view from that property.
Okay, yeah. And in both the cases of number 2, actually number 1, number 2, number 3, the assessment for those properties that you've identified for 2011 is each below the selling price, right?
No, in number 3, the sale price was $950. The assessed value was $1,567,600.
Excuse me, I was looking at the ones above. I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. But that's an interior property at Prouts Neck, correct?
Correct, number 3.
And the properties that are the subject of this appeal are all waterfront properties, are they not?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Next one down is another interior property, is it not? 18, lot 21?
It's part interior. It has glimpses of water, but it's not oceanfront.
It's not oceanfront?
No.
Okay. And then if we go over to the other side, is it the Plagenhoff property?
That's on a lane off of Ferry Road. There's no view from that property.
Okay. So if we go again into the document that's been marked as Town Exhibit 20A in here, the second page of that is the transfer tax form that deals with the Plagenhoff property. That's 4 Cottage Lane, the sale that took place on, I'm going to say December 11th on 2011. Is that right?
November.
Excuse me.
November 1st,
November.
2011.
November 1st, 2011. And again, this one doesn't identify any special circumstances down in box 9 that this was somehow not an arm's length transaction. Is that right?
That's right. Box 9 is blank.
Right. And this one actually looks like somebody at my firm had the pleasure of preparing this document.
We'll stipulate to that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, the next one is that we go down through the list. After the Pleganov property is the Timpson property, is that right? And that one's a waterfront property. There's been a lot of testimony on that one, 1 and 2 Bohemia Way.
Right.
And that one you concluded is also not an arm's length transaction because it wasn't listed in the open market with an agency.
Or even told to the community that it was for sale. Nobody knew it was for sale. It's not just listing with an agency, it's, you know, is it being marketed at all? For example, the property above that you just referred to, Plagenhof, they sold it themselves, but they circulated emails within the community, they posted notices, they advertised it themselves without a broker, so it was publicly known within the community that it was for sale. The Timpson property was not.
But you concluded with the Plagenhof that it wasn't an arm's length transaction because it wasn't listed with an agency.
Okay.
Right? So which is it? You can have something that's known.
It's known within the community, yes, but it wasn't listed and it wasn't put on multiple listing service for other brokers and for the general public.
And again, with the Timpson sale, which sold for $5,875,000, we have a transfer tax here that shows no indication that there were special circumstances related to that sale, right?
Yeah, I suggest you ask the attorney in your office or the other attorneys who filled these out why they're not filling out box 9 on any forms.
If I had the chance to do that, I might get somewhere. But so of the properties here, the next one down here, there's Gooch House, right? That's down in that yellow neighborhood as well, is it not? Off of
Verrier Lane is a private dead-end lane off of Ferry Road.
Right. So again, that's not a waterfront directly on the ocean.
There's no view.
No view, not directly on the ocean
No.
front. Okay. So then if we go also next to your sales in 2012, as I look at these, number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, those are not all, none of those are directly on the waterfront, are they?
No.
And as we go over to the next page on the 2012 sales, the Herb Pratt Cottage at Sacarapa.
Yes.
That one sold for $4,300,000.
Correct.
And the assessed value there is less, right?
Correct.
Now, the 2013 sales, let's go down those. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Those are all not directly on the waterfront, correct?
Correct.
And the sales on the next page, there's the Pratt Sexton Cottage. That's on Garrison Lane. That's up in the lanes portion of the neck, right?
Yes.
Not on the water, is it?
No view.
No view, not on the water. And then we have the Churchill property. There's been some discussion about that. Were you involved in that listing?
Yes, I was.
And you were involved in that sale?
Yes.
Okay, and that one sold for $1.5 million after being listed for some time, correct?
Correct.
Is there any unusual motivations related to that property?
There were not, no. It was listed with 2 different agencies, Landvest first, and then my agency when Landvest was unsuccessful selling it, and it just took a long time to sell the property.
And did you give them the advice on the original listing for $2.4 million?
No, that wasn't my listing. It was Landvest in 2009.
It was
That was not my price, not my proposal, no.
Okay, what did you list it for?
Sorry, I don't have it with me. I've been working on that property for the last 2 years. Slightly over $2 million, probably.
Close to the assessed value in 2013, perhaps?
It was less than the assessed value in 2013, my listing price. I think it was closer to 2.1, my original listing, and then the price was reduced to $1,850,000.
Were you somewhat frustrated that that property took so long to sell?
I don't get frustrated. A lot of these properties since 2007, since the decline in the market, have been taking 3 years to sell, and that's just my job. That's what I do. I don't get frustrated.
Okay, got it. So you're a patient real estate broker. The next one on 470 Black Point Road, that's not waterfront, is it?
No, it's on Black Point Road and Sacarapa Lane, no view.
And then we come down to the Weekly property at 2 Jocelyn Road.
Yes,
And that property sold for $3.9 million, right?
yes,
And that's just a buildable lot.
it is.
And that sold fairly close in time, did it not, to the Churchill property?
Yes,
And it sold for quite a bit more, did it not?
it did.
Like almost more than twice.
Yes, it is inside the private gated part of the community on a private road where the public cannot access that road. The Churchill property is located directly on Black Point Road, which is a very public road. And the Churchill property has a view of Saco Bay, which is different than an open ocean view. This property at 2 Jocelyn Road faces out over the beach and out to the Atlantic Ocean. So you're paying for two different things. You're comparing apples to oranges a little bit because one is right on a public road with a bay view. The other one is facing the beach and out to the ocean and is inside a gate on a private road.
Now, there's been some testimony here, both Mr. Lesperance, I think, at least I'm not sure it was characterized properly, his view, the view question, but also Mr. Koudalakis on the view issue related whether or not that's an element that adds value to a property. And your testimony would support that, would it not?
A view does add value to a property, yes.
Can you measure it?
It's measured by the sale prices. You can see right here, this is the factual evidence, what these buyers are willing to pay for one view versus another view. These sales are your evidence.
Would your suggestion to the assessing office to be to take one side of Prout's Neck and treat it a little bit differently than the other?
Yes.
Isn't that what was done here?
I'd have to look at all the assessed values. I don't know what every single assessed value is.
Now, in any event, that property transacted below at a price 10% above the assessed value in 2013. Isn't that right? Approximately 10% above?
If that's your calculation.
You wouldn't disagree with me?
No.
Subject to check.
Right.
Now, the last property here, the Abbott Sprague property, that property, you identified in here it's sold on 10/28/13, but you didn't put the value in, at least in your report.
The sale price when I did this report was unconfirmed at that time.
Do you know what it is?
I don't know the exact price. I believe it's under $4 million. It's 3.9 something maybe. I honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. I have it in my records in the office.
And that value, at least by your recollection testimony here, is above the assessed value. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, yes. The assessed value in 2013 is what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you listed each of these as assessed value in 2013.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. One of the problems with valuing a view, right, is whether it stays there on a property or you have the right to make sure that it's always there, correct?
Yes.
So you might have a property here, but that lot in front of you could be changed or modified and change your view, right?
It's possible.
Is that something that you, when you're pricing property or advising on the listing of a property, might take into account?
Yes.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you, Ms. Craig. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Rob. Let me interject here for a moment. Kathy is not feeling well at all. She's kind of fading very quickly here. So in light of that, if you need to go now, Kathy, you can go. You would have to come back and listen to the transcript and bring yourself up to speed. But for the hour remaining, I think that probably might be.
Chairman, if I had Ms. Wendy to make 5 minutes, I had 5 minutes with Ms. Craig, and then that might be a good quitting time. And Ms. Craig would be done, and if the two assessors need to do rebuttal next time, hopefully Ms. Wendy will feel better.
We could go with that, that'd be fine. No sense in torturing the board, so.
Yeah, and it just makes it awkward if she's gonna listen to the tape.
Well, that's her recourse.
People wanna finish tonight.
You wanna hang try to hang in a few more minutes?
I'll hang it. I'll
Mr.
try to
Chairman,
hang in.
we're pleased to do 5 minutes with Ms. Craig and call it good. I don't want Ms. Wendy.
Well, I would be happy to review the tape.
Okay, if we need to.
If you guys want,
I don't care either way.
you know, it's up to,
It's not up to you, Chris.
I
It's
mean,
he's the sick one.
She wants to go, she
yeah, I mean, I'll be happy to, if people wanna finish up tonight, I will be happy.
All right, hang in there, we'll see how it goes, and then if it's gonna start seeming to drag, we'll get you out of here. Fair enough? Okay. All right. Excuse me, Leslie, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
Ms. Craig, just 2 quick lines of inquiry here. First, with reference to the Churchill property, on your Exhibit 18, or my exhibit, in your memo, 18, the Churchill property, I'll find that. That's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th one in. It says page 2, property sold 2013.
Yes.
Okay. Those numbers about the original list price being 2.4 million and it sells for 1.5 and the assessed value was 2.2, those at some point have to take into account that the building was torn down, don't they?
The building was torn down, in 2012, I believe. It may have been 2011. It was 2011 or 2012, but it didn't, the seller tore it down because they just felt like it wasn't adding value.
The seller tore it down, okay.
Yes.
One last line of inquiry. On my exhibits 13, 14, and 15, the tax maps are 101, 102, and 103 on the sideboard there. Up at the top is the one next to Higgins Beach. Fair to say by the tenor of your testimony and Mr. Kudalakis' testimony tonight, Prouts Neck is sort of the fanciest and most expensive neighborhood on the ocean in Scarborough, right?
Yes.
And Higgins Beach is quite a bit less expensive on the house lot basis, right?
That's my understanding.
Right. What is it you've heard tonight or your own knowledge? You said you've done some work in the coal farm areas where Piper Shores is and where the Ginn property is. What is it that you've heard that suggests that if you increase Higgins Beach, the more modest neighborhood, by 14%, and you increase Prouts Neck by 14%, that the sort of fancy neighborhoods in between there where you used to live, where Piper Shores is, that those don't go up at all? What evidence have you heard that that makes sense, to bump up Higgins Beach, bump up Prouts Neck, the more modest, the more exclusive, and the one in between that you said was sort of high-end doesn't go up at all? How do you explain that?
I can't explain that. If the reassessment was oceanfront properties, those are oceanfront properties, they're high-end. I can't explain that.
I have no further questions, thank you. That was pretty close to 5 minutes.
I think it was even less, Bill. Thank you very much. Laura, we are all set, right? Is that correct? You're all set? Is that correct?
You want me to continue?
No, I don't. No, do you? That's a question, actually.
No. We are all set, thank you.
Okay. All right. So Kathy, we'll hang in there for a couple more minutes. So, what I would like to do now is to kind of, unless, well, I probably should ask this board if anybody has any pressing questions for anybody that has any witnesses that we have here. None? Chris? No? Okay. Thank you. What we'd like to do is the same that we have done in prior cases, so there's some continuity, and it certainly helps the board, I think, to kind of to have them marinate a little bit as...
Oh, we still have a witness, Mr. Healy. I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question to me.
Okay,
It's a
that was
rebuttal,
my question, right.
it's a rebuttal witness. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought, all done with Ms. Craig.
You're all done with Ms. Craig, I'm
Yes.
sorry, then I misunderstood you. I thought you were all done, period. So, I guess my question to you then, Kathy, is backing up, is, probably best, because,
I'm going home.
yeah, and you can,
I can
touch base with Tracy,
stop by with,
and you can get the transcript and listen to, and the remainder of whatever time
thank
we
you.
have.
I appreciate your patience.
Okay.
Feel better.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy.
Bill,
I
you
feel
can
better.
those photographs into the,
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They-
and
lots
you
of-
should number them,
I
22A through,
was gonna number them with regard to the tax map. So it's that was map 13, then I make it 13 A, B, and C, and the next one's 14, that's 14 A, B, and C, so they go with the map. Does that make sense?
That would be fine by me. Yeah, they do need to get in as exhibits.
well, hang on, you're gonna number exhibit 14, because we already have,
Yeah, well, that's the point, is to make them go with the tax map.
yeah. Oh, I see, go with it.
If that's 14,
Yeah.
then I'll make
Got
the
it.
photos A,
Yeah.
B, and C, and the next one's
Got it.
I don't know where I think John took them. Okay, so, are you gonna call
We can do that.
you can do that.
Okay.
But before you do, Mr. Chairman, a point of order that we talked a little bit about at the break, and now that Ms. Quinn is on home, maybe we'll be okay, about whether at the end of the day you're gonna want briefs or oral arguments. I've suggested on behalf of Attorney Block and me, we would just assume, not tonight, but whenever it's appropriate to you guys, the board, to do an oral argument rather than briefs. Obviously up to the board. I mentioned it just quickly to Attorney Crawford, and we don't know what his thoughts are. We would just as soon do oral argument, but obviously up to the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, and just to give you a heads up, we're gonna ask for, written summaries, okay?
I tried.
Okay, fair enough, but
Oh, no.
for a lot of reasons here, it helps the board, I think, to, like I said, to sit with it and to read something in, that's a cumulative in effort and not try to, helps the learning curve here. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Rob.
Okay, we'll call Bill Healy, at this time. Bill, if you could have, this in front of you, it would be great. Mr. Healy, just for the record, if you could just state your name and tell us where you live and how long you've been the assessor in town of Scarborough.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is William Healy. I'm the tax assessor for the town of Scarborough. I've been in the position about 7 months now. I came here from the towns of Cumberland and Yarmouth, where I'd been the assessor for 12 years previous. I am a licensed Maine real estate appraiser. I am a certified Maine assessor, and I currently serve as the chair of the Membership Services Committee for the International Association of Assessing Officers.
You're also a member of the Maine Association of
The
Assessors.
education chair, yes.
Education Chair. And in your role in these proceedings, Mr. Healy, I will summarize, is that we've asked you to conduct a review of the assessments and the positions that have been advanced both by the taxpayers and Mr. Lesperance. First thing I wanted to call to your attention was the document that's been admitted in this proceeding, Town Exhibit 4A and 4B. Do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes, I do.
Now, just so there's no confusion between the two,
Yep.
my understanding of Town Exhibit 4A is that this is the sales that took place from the last revaluation, which took place in 2005, coming forward up until April 1st of 2012. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the purpose of Town Exhibit 4B is what, Mr. Healy?
Well, that is to confirm that what was done in the revaluation actually worked. because, as was discussed by Mr. Ledoux in his testimony, we're results-based. They give us a lot of leeway in how we get to assessments and how we arrive at assessments, but the true test is where they fall in the state sales analysis ratio studies and the quality ratings that are attributed to that. So, again, the true test of the adjustments that were made by Mr. Lesperance are the sales that are advanced through October 2013.
And if we look just briefly at the numbers, again, Mr. Lesperance went in that just for refreshing to the board, is that as of the 4/1/11 assessments and looking at the series of sales that are identified in both Exhibit 4A and 4B, the ratios were respectively on 4A 82% and 83%, and then with the adjustments, those advanced on 4A to 92% and 4B to 93%.
That is correct.
Is that an improvement in the quality of the assessment?
A definite improvement.
And the benchmark that you're aiming for in any adjustments here is to have parity amongst all communities,
that is
or all
correct.
neighborhoods.
And again, to follow up on Mr. Ledoux's testimony, in assessing, equity trumps value. So we're always looking for equitable assessments, and the test of equity is the quality rating.
And the quality ratings that you have included here based on your study on 4B and 4A are what?
10 in the 4B and 11 in the 4A respectively.
And as a reminder to the board, the statute and the regulations related to quality ratings and ratios direct assessors to try to achieve what standards?
Well, the minimum assessing ratio is 70%, maximum of 110. Maximum assessment, level of assessment quality is 20, which is the quality rating. So a maximum of 20.
And by way of reminder, the quality rating is the coefficient of dispersal, is that correct?
Central tendency of the group, correct.
And you've also listed on Town 4B some paired sales, have you not?
Yes.
Can you just explain why those are included here?
Well, those are included to show that what we witnessed in the waterfront or water, I'm not sure what to call it, the waterfront area of Prouts Neck, non-interior, is that we had sales that indicated that the market did not suffer the same as some of the other areas may have in the town. And we put those sales in so you can see 5 Richmond Row, sold in 07 for $3.3 million, sold in March of 2011 for $3.3 million. 2 Jocelyn Road, yes please, thank you. 2 Jocelyn Road, which is very close to number 6 Jocelyn Road, sold for $4 million in June of 2006, and again in October 2013 for $3,912,500. That's 2.2% less than the previous sale price. But I would like to point out that in all those cases, the assessments are still lower than the sale price, significantly lower.
And there was some discussion here with Mr. Koudalakis about paired sales, and we'll get to your review of his study, which is Taxpayers Exhibit 2 in a moment. But what I've circulated while you were testifying about the paired sales that are showed on Town Exhibit 4B is what's been marked in this proceeding as Town Exhibit 15.
Correct.
And what is this property?
Well, this is a property located at 4 Kelly Lane, which is a paired sale. It actually sold 3 different times. Sold in 04, sold in 2010, and sold in 2013. And I think the reason we wanted to point that out was that in the appellant's exhibit number 3, there was 6 Kelly Lane listed as a paired sale that had lost value. And that may be the case for that particular property, but we had a property right next door that wasn't advanced that increased in sale price each year it sold. In 04, which was before the Great Recession, in 2010 for $730, and then again very recently in 2013 for $790. So each time you can see that the sale price increased dramatically on that property.
And are you looking at Town Exhibit 15? Okay, and then the next one I want you to take a look at is Town Exhibit 20. This is is another, I will identify it as the sale of 2 Jocelyn Road.
Correct, yes.
And 2 Jocelyn Road is one that you've indicated on here on your summary.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the assessed value as compared to the sales price in both instances of that sale
Yeah.
was less, was it not?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what Town Exhibit 20
And I think the other point that we wanted to make, if you go back and look at the exhibit from the appellants on 3, they brought up 6 Jocelyn Road, which is, as was explained, maybe a water view property, where 2 Jocelyn Road is actually a waterfront property, by definition of Prouts Neck. And you can see that this property held its value. The circumstances around the 6 Jocelyn Road property that I was made aware of by the new owner that led me to make a decision to lower the assessment for April 1st, 2013. I believe we have that as an exhibit as well.
We do.
Okay.
I'll circulate that to you quickly.
It was explained to me, once you have a chance to look at this, that this property was affected by an easement that many people weren't aware of. At least this is what was explained to me by the new owner when we sat in a meeting and in email that he sent to me.
Oh, here it is. Oh. One second, Joe, I apologize.
No problem.
I thought I had all.
Yep.
Got it in your black book lined up, the number.
No. Standing up as usual. I'm going to show you what's been marked in these proceedings as Town Exhibit 16.
Thank you.
And I will introduce this as a package related to your adjustment of the property on 6 Jocelyn Road.
Right.
And if I'm mischaracterize it, or you remember things differently, Mr. Healy, just let me know.
Mm-hmm.
But the testimony of Mr. Koudalakis was that there was some great change from one year to the other related to the property at 6 Jocelyn Road, and that somehow that showed evidence of the Great Recession, was
Right.
it not?
Right.
Well, tell us about what you found out in communications with the now owner
Well,
of 6 Jocelyn Road.
what I did is I gave you a copy of the email that I had with Mr. Casperson, who is the new owner of the property. He provided me with a survey that indicated the lot was not as large as was believed to be, and he negotiated a lower sale price on the property based on this survey. Of course, this was new information to our office that was provided to me in a timely manner, so I reduced the assessment for April 1st, 2013 for the bill that's presently the 13-14 tax year.
Now, in Mr. Koudalakis' study, at the final page 3, there's some identification that the range in the 2012 assessments and the 2011 assessments are stated there.
Correct.
And in your review of Mr. Koudalakis' analysis, did you have the opportunity to contact assessing offices elsewhere in the state to look at the range in the ratio studies?
Yes, I did. What we looked for was another community that was outside of our municipal boundaries, really outside the area, down in Kennebunk, to show that the fact that some properties are assessed at 53% of their assessment, some are at 125% of their assessment, is not unique to the town of Scarborough. Nor does it exclude them from being included in a sales analysis. This is clear evidence that this is how the state does their sales ratio analysis. Like it or not, sales are going to happen that are at 50% of market, sales are going to happen at 130% of market. That's how things happen. We have to react to that. The reason we provided this was you can see that in the case of Kennebunk.
This is Town Exhibit 28, just so the record's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. They have ratios that range from 53 to 123. And as I mentioned, if I didn't break down the diversions to see how many were outside of 90 or 110. When you're doing a sales analysis, that's not the indicator. That is, my understanding of the 90 to 110 is that is the prima facie evidence in a tax appeal hearing on valuation, not discrimination.
And so in looking at Town Exhibit 28, you find that there's a range between 53 and 123
Correct.
in the sample that's included in the study.
Yes.
And then you find the way that the ratio is calculated, similar to the way that was done in Scarborough, right?
Correct. Yes.
And then you also find a quality rating, do you know?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And although there's a divergence in here between 53 and 123 in terms of the range, the quality rating of this review comes in at 11, does it not?
Correct.
Or, excuse me,
The total ratio is 13, the condo is 11.
total ratio is 13, I see that, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention to tab 2 in the taxpayers study, and then circulate for you, Bill, which has been marked in these proceedings as 229, and ask you if you can explain what you did here and why you did this. Excuse me.
What I did with, well, I'll wait till everybody has it. What I did is I took a sales study that was included in the appellant's packet as number 2. I believe it was referred to as a sales study by, single-family sales study by Mr. Koudalakis. And what I did is I focused in on what I determined to be the relevant properties, which are the ones in red, which were Pine Point, Higgins Beach, Pillsbury Shores, and Prouts Neck. And what I know you've seen something similar from me before on this. I'm sorry.
We don't have anything in red.
We have bold and non-bold.
Yeah, we have,
Bold red?
No.
We didn't know whether the board, no, that's not, what we're talking about is Mr. Koudalakis' report.
oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry.
I mean to interrupt you, Bill. What tab?
The taxpayers tab 2.
I don't know if they have it in
I
color,
don't see
though.
it in color, it's not in color.
Wow.
If you read the writing.
We'll follow, we'll follow you.
Oh,
Anyhow, they'll tell us what you did, and what
Okay.
we'll do is we'll ask, I know Jonathan,
Yeah.
John Block gave me a color copy, because I thought it was just us that didn't have the color. We'll get you a color copy.
I have color copies to hand out.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Do you have copies for us?
Okay.
We can substitute.
It's 2.
Exhibit 2.
Yeah.
And,
We can just place it in.
Okay, that'd be great.
Got plenty of them.
The color shows on the second and third pages. It doesn't show any color on the first page, if you're wondering, but on the second or third page. In the upper right-hand corner, it says Exhibit Prouts Neck 2. That hasn't changed. Correct?
So, Mr. Healy, going back to your testimony about Town Exhibit 29.
Yes.
What you did, as I understand it, is take data out of Mr. Koudalakis' report, tab 2,
Correct.
taxpayers analysis,
Right.
and then place it on your Exhibit 29.
That is correct.
And the data that you pulled out, if I'm correct in what you justified to, relates to Pine Point, Higgins Beach, and Prouts Neck.
That's correct. And the reason I focused on those is those are really what I believe to be relevant. The other areas of town, there are other sales that indicate ups and downs, but I think that really the focus needs to be on the areas that we've actually had the hearings on. So that's really why I dialed into the red, highlighted red ones.
In Mr. Koudalakis' report, just by way of background on it, there are some points in it that you disagree with, correct?
Correct.
And you'll let us know about those?
Yeah, I will.
And also, are there Prouts Neck waterfront sales included in Mr. Koudelakis' report?
I didn't see any in the
So
report.
there are no Crouch Neck waterfront sales included in Mr. Koudelakis' report,
Correct,
based on your review?
based on my review.
And so the ones you extracted from Pine Point and Higgins Beach that are in your analysis wouldn't include any Crouch Neck waterfront property?
No Prouts waterfront.
All
What I did is if you look at the very far left column, I actually numbered it so you could find it in the sheet. So you looked at sale 33, 47, 55, so on.
All right. Now, behind number 29, Town Exhibit 29 is the
Yep.
backup data, is that right?
Correct.
All right. So if somebody wanted to get some background on why you made
Right.
a point in your notes, it's supported here?
Yes, all the documents are there.
Okay. So tell us what you did in 29 and what it tells you.
Well, what I did in 29 is I pulled what I thought were the relevant sales out of this sales analysis. Put them in a spreadsheet so I could understand them. Again, looking at the 2011 assessment, 2012 assessment. And then what I did is I went back and I wanted to verify the data to make sure that it was accurate. Because obviously when you're doing a comparison of 2011 and 2012 assessments, you cannot get an apples-to-apples comparison if something changed to the property. So what I wanted to do was go in and make sure that if it did change, we noted it. I found some other things that would also, create some questions about the final analysis that's in this sales study by Mr. Koudelakis. First and foremost is highlighted number 79, Higgins Beach Interior. That is not the property that sold. The property that sold was 39 Ocean Avenue. The assessment is completely different. You can see the packet for the property below. It was subdivided into 3 different lots. The original was 37, but it's clearly identified on the field cards, which could have been picked up in just a review of our assessment data downstairs, that the properties had changed and that the property that's listed here is not correct.
So you basically, over to the right with your notes, you excluded it because of that?
Correct, right. But what I did, I didn't want to go in and make corrections to the data, so if there was something that wasn't accurate, I noted it and excluded it.
Could you just explain that again?
Okay. What I did is, when I pulled...
No, about property,
Okay.
79.
Right.
37 Ocean Avenue?
Right. 37 Ocean Avenue was a divided property. It was condoized, I believe, condominium, where it was broken into A, B, and C. The property that's listed as 37 Ocean Avenue is actually on the multiple listing sheet is actually 39 Ocean Avenue. So if you rely solely on MLS data without confirming it with assessing data, you're going to find it's not always accurate. And I think that's what's happening in this case. And as we, as you scroll down, a lot of these properties are going to look familiar because we talked about these previously. And what I did is again, if I excluded it, I gave you the reason I excluded it, and then I followed up the data with a dossier on each property underneath, so you can see, without me going into every single one, there were building permits, there was abatement forms. There's a reason that the assessments changed from one year to the next. And again, you cannot make an apples-to-apples comparison if you don't recognize the fact that the assessment changed for more than the reason of a valuation increase. You have to recognize the building change, you have to recognize that there was a demolition, an estate sale, and for whatever other purposes that would affect the analysis and make it inaccurate.
So Bill, going down to the bottom of Town 29, can
Yes.
you just tell us what the result of your review tells you?
But what it showed is that we had some real issues, in the first grouping. You can see, even though the assessment ratio was good, the variation was 24%, which is not good. That's above the standard. But when we go back and we see, what happened, why things changed, pulled out some sales. We went to 101, which is 5% higher. But look at the quality rating at 7%. So, some properties increased in value from 2011, 2012. Some properties stayed the same, but you can see when you pull out the outliers, and the reason they're outliers are explained in there, the numbers are very, very tight.
Does that give you confidence in the adjustments that were made, at
It
least
does.
related to this sample?
Yes, it does.
circulating what's now been marked in these proceedings as Town Exhibit 18. And I will introduce this as your review of Ms. Craig's study.
Thank you.
What this is actually the final,
Excuse me if I point one out.
sure.
Excuse me.
Okay, Bill, we, minor interruption there. Can you just get back to
Not a
15
problem.
and tell us what you did?
Sure. As part of, again, Appellant's Exhibit 18, this particular sheet deals with the 2013 sales. Which, of course, as you can see, are spread out between Ferry Beach, interior Prouts Neck, waterfront interior Prouts Neck, the lanes. I guess that really what we need to focus on are the either interior Prouts Neck or waterfront Prouts Neck. Those are the ones that really, I understand that Prouts Neck is from the store to the end, but really I think that in just listening to a lot of the testimony and what I've learned to know from Paul Lesperance is that the inside of gate area is different, and I think that can be verified through what was discussed today. So, you know, again, if you look at what happened inside Prouts Neck, 6 Winslow Homer Road, and again, what I did here is, I wanted to point out that I used a 2013 assessment because these are sales that took place after April 1st, 2013. Well, actually, there was one before, but anyway, I used the 2013 assessments because I thought that was more relevant than the more recent sales. You can see that the second sale, which is 6 Winslow Homer Road, ratio of 82%. 2 Jocelyn Road, ratio from 78 to 90%. You can see 6 Jocelyn Road, again, for the reasons explained earlier, based on discussion with the property, the purchase for that property, I reduced the assessments for the new ratio is 103. And then finally, the 534 Black Point Road, I learned a valuable piece of information today from Mrs. Craig's explanation of why there's a difference between that property and the one at 2 Jocelyn. Clearly, the gate and the privacy of that area has a significant impact on the value. I will certainly take a look at that property for the upcoming tax year. And as you can see, again, based on the changes from 2011 to 2013, the ratio improved. The quality rating also improved. While not great, certainly indicates an 8% reduction from 28 to 20. And I think that, again, if you look at the outliers there, those certainly need to be reviewed and looked at. Again, those sales being so new, I will focus on those for my April 1st, 2014 assessments, which is something that Paul has done as practice and that I will continue to do.
Mr. Healy, is there anything else that you would like to mention in your review of the data and the other points that have been discussed in the proceedings here tonight?
Well, the only thing I'd like to add again, or just reiterate, is that, you know, we are results driven. How we get there, we have a lot of leeway. I know that there's a lot of discussion about maybe not agreeing with the way the state does sales ratio studies, but that's the law, that's the rules we follow. And in order for us to apply that properly, we have to follow the rules. And the only test of our assessments is how they relate in a sales analysis, in a sales ratio study. And certainly, that's our goal, to always be as close to 100% as possible, but even more important, make sure we have equitable assessments.
And the equitable assessments, in your view, are measured by the quality rating?
That is correct.
And you do this every year?
Yes.
So this is something that is not left behind,
Right.
and as sales come in that might be at variance greater than
Right.
10%, you would want to know about those, would you not?
That's correct. And I also would like to point out, because it did come up, a lot of the properties that were discussed today were not waterfront properties. They were interior properties at Prouts Neck. We don't question that there's probably a reduction in value in the interior, and we are looking at them, as you heard. Some reductions have already been made. As you've seen, some appeals have been rescinded or withdrawn because we've looked at the assessments and the sales that have taken place after April 1st, 2013, that certainly affect the value, and we've come to agreements with a lot of people on those. So there's no question, we're looking at the interior properties. We feel the waterfront are spot on.
And is it your view in reviewing the adjustments that were made to what we'll call the waterfront property that's shown in there on blue on the map is supported by the evidence that's been advanced in the proceedings here by the town?
Absolutely.
And is it your view that it's supported by the review work that was done by Mike Rogers and reported on by David Ledoux?
Definitely.
And the difference between what Mr. Ledoux's and Mr. Rogers' view is that that's a broader review of the impact of the adjustments made, correct?
Yeah.
But what's done here and what you've done in terms of the studies that you provided here and the summaries is to focus in on Prouts Neck.
Yeah, what we do is we whittle down. They do a broad brush, a wide overview of the properties. They don't categorize by neighborhood. They look at all the properties as a group. So it can give a ratio. You may see a ratio that looks close to 100%, and it may be for most properties, but when we whittle it down to Pine Point, Higgins Beach, Prouts Neck, we find that those properties were underassessed, and that's why Paul made the adjustments.
There was testimony brought forward by Mr. Koudalakis, and I think also opined on by Ms. Gregg about the Carver to coin sale.
Yes.
And that was one sale since 2005 that's taken place in the areas that are up north there.
Mm-hmm.
Would you make an adjustment to that neighborhood based on one sale?
It would be very difficult. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't make an adjustment on one sale, but that particular sale, I don't know if you're familiar with the reporting that we do to the state. We have to qualify, disqualify sales based on whether or not it's in a current use program. That particular property, my understanding, was in tree growth, was moved to open space, which had an impact, and I believe that's why the valuation changed from last year to this year. So technically, by state standards, we would disallow that sale. So the fact that we had one sale that was questionable would not lead me to make an adjustment in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. That's all I have for you at this time.
All right, thank you. Bob?
You have a couple,
Bill?
yeah,
Or John?
a couple questions on Crocs. Second. First, Mr. Chairman, the aerial photos of the properties on maps 101, 102, 103 that I had Ms. Craig testify about, I had labeled them as I suggested, those relating to the first one that was map 13, F8 13A, B, and C, and so forth, and here they are, Mr. That.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple questions, if I may, for, we actually have a water view over here on my desk where I filled my glass of water. Water inflow. I have a water view in my kitchen. Mr. Healy, you appreciate that the property owners here have made sort of a big deal about the Carver sale up there on lot 101.
Right.
Map 101, as indication of, gee, there's something that sold for more than its assessment, but the assessments didn't get bumped up.
Right.
You understand we've made that argument?
Absolutely.
I think you just testified, well, that may be true, but we in the assessor's office don't really like that sale.
Correct.
Just that, yeah.
Yeah.
I have here a copy of your, is it return document, is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's actually a turnaround document.
Turnaround, all right, there you go. Turnaround, for that year, for that sale, in which there's a column on the far right-hand side, right, where you check off if it's no good.
Yes.
You know, if I sold a $100,000 lot to my son for $20,000, right?
Yeah.
That idea. And indeed, on this, a couple of these, such as the turf loft lot, you checked off as unusable. Debated, but that's what you do, right?
Right, yeah.
And lo and behold, here for the Carver lot, lot 20 up there on map 102, I note that there's nothing marked there.
Correct.
So the town of Scarborough did not say that that was somehow an unqualified sale and shouldn't be when it was giving this official report back to the state of Maine, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Next, with regard to the...
Can I just say something about the sales
wait a
analysis?
second. Let me get on my next question.
Okay.
With regard to the property at 6 Jocelyn Road,
Yes.
I think your testimony a minute ago was, gee, I've given a big abatement to it because the property owner came in and showed me some discrepancy or easement or something about the lot size that we didn't know before.
Correct.
And remind me what it was you thought you learned that you didn't know before?
Well, what the property owner made me aware of is that probably a third of that property, including his garage, located outside the bounds of the property
Right.
and in the easement for Jocelyn Road.
Right, now I have here a copy of the sales brochures for both the before and after from, on that property, and both cases show the lot to be .37 acres, right?
Mm-hmm.
That sound about right to
Yes.
you? And for this, I gather, issue that the little garage is maybe outside the house lot proper.
Right.
All right. Your office gave a $1 million reduction?
Right. And I thought it was significant enough to warrant a large adjustment for two reasons.
A third of the value on the land comes off because the little garage is on the next door neighbor's lot?
Right, because a third of the property, so to speak, was outside of the boundary of the parcel as well.
Well, but in all instances, the sales brochure and the deed still shows the .37 acres.
Right.
as the lot size.
To be honest, I actually read the deed, and in the very end of it, it does reference that piece without warranty covenant, very specific. We do not covenant that property between the boundary and the street.
Understood, but that doesn't mean they weren't conveying it, just because they don't...
Right, but the fact that it was not located within, truly within the property boundaries, led, who may be a shrewd businessman, I don't know, but he certainly got a significant reduction in that property. And my understanding is that
But you
Mr.
gave...
Bell did not have to sell, so there had to be something that influenced him.
Yeah, but you gave him $1 million reduction on that?
I'm not sure if it was actually $1 million, but it could have been. It was very close. Yep.
Wow. Okay. And then finally, a fair amount of your testimony with Attorney Crawford was with reference to trying to make the value conclusions correct,
Yes.
right? And that's part of why you suggest that Mr. Lesperance for April 12 increased property value, the land value components at Crouch Neck and Higgins Beach by roughly 14%, right?
Right.
And are you aware of any sales data that would support increasing the land value up there at Higgins Beach and down there at Crouch Neck, but not doing so, leaving aside the Carver sale for a moment, that suggests that if Higgins Beach, a much more modest neighborhood, goes up 14%, and Crouch Neck, the very fancy neighborhood, goes up 14%, how come these lots in between, around the Atlantic House and around Piper Shores, how come they don't go up?
I really have to trust the judgment of Paul Lesperance on this.
Well, let me test your professional opinion. You're the assessor now. It's not just, as my question suggested, that there are no sales, which, let me suggest, raises an issue.
Right.
But now it turns out there is one sale, the Carver sale.
Right.
The Carver sale, which you officially told the state of Maine, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Now tell me why it makes sense to you that when fancy old Crouch Neck goes up 14% and more modest Higgins Beach goes up 14%, this relatively expensive neighborhood in between around Piper Shores, if that doesn't go up at all.
Right. I do want to touch on the sales document real quickly.
Sure.
I don't remember, it came up that the Solomini sale at one point was actually not checked off on the sales document that we turned in, but the state didn't use it in their ratio study when they came back. So it's not uncommon for us to have disputes with revenue services about what sales are included or excluded. So with that being said, going back to your question about Higgins Beach, clearly defined neighborhood, Prouts Neck, clearly defined neighborhood, I'm sorry, the area in the middle, Piper Shores, Piper area, clearly defined neighborhood. We had sales here, we had sales here, we had one questionable sale here. I don't believe an adjustment needed to be made.
Well, wait a minute. This turnaround document here, this isn't a dispute between you, the town of Scarborough, and the state of Maine.
Yeah.
This is the town of Scarborough's office saying to the state of Maine, we think that Carver sale is a good sale.
Right. And as I mentioned,
That's
the same
your
thing,
office that says
Right.
it's okay.
right, and we actually did the same thing with Solomini, came back that the state said, really, are you sure? So we have this banter every year back and forth about what sales should be included, what sales should be excluded.
Are you telling me the state of Maine came back to you and said that the Carver sale is no good?
I would have to go back and look at it, but there's question, and that's what I said, that leads you to believe that maybe there's some questions about that one sale we had, which would then make you decide, maybe I don't have enough information to make an adjustment.
Well, wait a minute. That can't be true, Ms. Healy, because I know all us friends told me there were 8 sales, and I just kind of said them, but there's one sale here, the Jewel of the Nile, the Jewel of the Neck. I can't get around that. There's one sale that shows the sale price higher, and we got a 14% bump.
Right.
So one sale must make a neighborhood, and I don't know.
Actually, we had multiple sales listed. You decided that most of them were invalid. We had one sale in the other neighborhood that we determined was questionable.
And I guess I don't see where it is you show that.
Yeah.
The only document I see is this turnaround document that says you consider the Carver sale a good
Right.
sale.
And I would also, again, reiterate the fact that that is a document that gets reviewed at the state level. And certainly, if we had a question about a sale, we would have banter back and forth. And again, getting back to, you disqualified those sales, we didn't.
Oh, I understand, and the board's going to referee
Yeah.
how good my disqualification of 7 of your 8 are.
Correct.
I understand.
Yeah.
that. You need to understand that.
Yes.
With regard, though, to the neighborhoods in between, around Piper Shores and the one in the middle there that's around the old Atlantic House, where the condos are, I went on your website and printed out the assessments for all of those.
Okay.
Individuals, and I'll let you look at it.
Okay.
We marked this as defendants 22. I got copies for everybody here. I think we're at 22.
Thank you.
PN.
PN 22.
Thank you.
Ms. Haley, I'm pleased to let you look at it, but to save a little bit of time, let me
Yep.
just suggest to you that for each of these 3 maps, R101, 102, and 103,
Yeah.
the Piper Shore neighborhood, the Atlantic House neighborhood, and then the last one closer to Prouts Neck, I've gone into your assessment records and put on the map what the assessments were, and then for each one of them, printed out the assessment history. Maybe it goes without saying, the reason I'm offering it is, it shows that none of those got bumped up for April 1, 2012.
Correct.
Despite Higgins Beach, the more modest neighborhood gets bumped up by 14%, and Prouts Neck, the fancier neighborhood, gets bumped up. But none of these are, correct?
Right.
And your response to that, I gather, is, gee, on second thought, maybe the Carver sale's not so good after all?
Again, one questionable sale in the area would not lead, and again, I can't answer for the expert who's been here for 29 years.
Well, I know, but you're the guy who's just been here testifying
Right.
about how...
And I would testify that I would not have made an adjustment based on one questionable sale.
And remind me why it is you think the Carver sale is, quote, questionable?
Well, it actually is written into the rules when you're doing a state sales ratio study, that one of the points for disqualification is that the property's in tree growth, open space, farmland. So that would lead me to believe, if I walked in today and that was the only sale I had to rely on to make an adjustment,
Just one sale, I understand about one sale.
right, and I'm saying we had 6 or 8 sales in Prouts Neck.
That's your side,
Right. But if I'm looking at, that particular area, and I have one question about sales based on, you're asking me if I would do it, I'd say no.
But this Harvard sale, we'll stop here and I won't beat this completely to death, but this is not the 100 acres that's assessed at, $25 because it's all in tree growth. This is somebody's house lot, yeah, it's got 30 acres out back, but somebody's house lot at $3 million.
Right.
So, or actually $4 million.
And the other, I guess that there's 2 points too. One is,
Wait a minute, I misspoke.
oh, okay.
The land is 1.9, the building is 400, the sum of those is, 2.3, yeah.
And I believe we actually looked at that recently, and I think it shows 86% ratio. And we have a current listing of 24 Piper Road, which is something that we just pulled off the internet, currently listed at listing price, which is 10% higher than assessment. Typically, a property would sell after negotiation, maybe 5%.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
Oh, my goodness, you're telling me now that the town of Scarborough is going to let Lou Lockett testify about listing prices now? Wow.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Maybe we do have one more. Be quick.
You don't have any, but John might.
The other question, the turning block for Mike, back to Mike. Are you familiar with the fact that there are a lot of double lots out here at Prouts Neck where the principal lot that's got the main house on it,
Yes.
they have a big, let me finish. Do you want to just give up and the answer is yes?
no, I've already got my answer for you, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, then you may want to let me finish the question.
Okay.
Well, there's some double lots, the one of which has the fancy house on, or the house on it, and may have a big $2 or $3 million assessment on the piece of land. And yet there then is an adjacent lot that's also a buildable lot that has a very modest assessment on it. Indeed, one at, let me get my paperwork real quick. What's my one here? The Bell lot, for example. Assessed value for the piece of land is 1.7, but it's got another little lot with it. This is on Massacre Lane. That's supposedly a buildable lot, and it's assessed at $12,000. And tell me how it is that you reconcile that with Maine law.
Well, I think as Mr. Ledoux actually explained the other day, is that it's not uncommon for assessors to value properties together for assessment purposes, which would then reduce the assessment of either both lots or combine them into one lot for a lower assessment. And I think Dave also led, which you questioned him on, that it didn't necessarily have to be 5 acres, that it was quite common and actually taught in basic course 2 by Maine Revenue Services that they recommend you combine them.
Yeah, that's when I asked him, gee, the statute says it's got to be 5 acres, and he said, well, we don't really follow the statute.
He says permissive.
Said the statute. So that was the Bell lot on Massacre, and the other one that comes to mind right off, Mr. Healy, is Bob Gould's lot, not the Jewel of the Neck, but the other one, where one of his pieces is .46 acres, and it's assessed at $1.8 million, and the companion piece that's vacant is a little bit bigger, .69 acres, and it's assessed for half of that at $800,000. Same thing?
Same thing. He's receiving a break on the assessment because of the fact that they're abutting lots in the same ownership.
And is this relating to your comment about the report you found from the town of Kennebunk that had lots of properties that were assessed at only 25% and some that were 150%?
No, this doesn't have anything to do with that. That was more to show that, it's not uncommon for a sales ratio study to have ratios that range from 53 to 120.
You weren't suggesting by that, your testimony about the Kennebunk assessments, that 2 wrongs make a right, were you? Just because if Kennebunk's doing something that violates Maine law, that's okay for Scarborough to do it?
I find it hard to believe that Kennebunk, of all places, would be violating state law.
Well, I know their lawyer's really smart, but leaving that aside, Mr. Healy, 2 wrongs don't make a right, do they? Generally.
I don't believe it's wrong. It's the way that Revenue Service tells us to do it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Al? Rob?
Bill, briefly, you were asked
Yeah, I actually have used that practice myself in the past, so I got copies of assessment cards where you can see it's been done in, I believe I got Yarmouth and Cumberland, or maybe two in Yarmouth.
We'll save it for the paper on that,
Yeah.
but, is the theory in that, although they're separately alienable lots, that when they're combined together, they're much like a larger acreage, and then their value accordingly?
Yes, that is correct.
No further questions of Mr. Healy. At this time, we have a little short colloquy from Mr. Lesperance, and then we're done.
I have no further questions for Mr. Healy.
Okay, thank you.
The board.
Anybody have any questions for Bill from the board? Okay. Quickly, please.
Mr. Lesperance, thank you. Mr. Lesperance, there's been some testimony and evidence that's been advanced here related to what I'll call the Piper Shores property and the coin parcel up there. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And could you just tell us what you'd like us to know in regards to the coin property and the way you approach the valuation of the property, so I'll call it the Piper Shores area of the town?
Yeah, we'll call it the area that Attorney Dale has been spending a lot of time talking tonight is in between Prouts Neck and Higgins Beach. The Carver sale, which is now owned by Christopher Coyne, it happened after April 1st. It closed, I believe, on April 27th. I didn't get the final sale price until June. And as you know, when I reassess properties, I don't look at sales after April 1st. That's been my policy for 29 years, and it didn't change. And also having one sale to adjust 20 or 30 properties, I didn't feel at that point, and I was 86%, 40-acre parcel with many special circumstances. It had a conservation easement. 10 acres was in tree growth. And, okay, it had the building lot plus the rights to build another lot. And it only sold for $2.8 million. The home site is valued at $1.9. So that property, according to testimony that I heard from previous hearings, should have sold for much more because you got another 1.9-acre home site that you can sell. But it only sold for 2.8, so it was pretty close to the assessment, which was 2.4. And the reason the assessment increased in 2012 was because the 10 acres of tree growth went to open space. And tree growth is valued at about $300 an acre. Open space is at whatever excess acreage is at. And in that area, it's $5,000, $6,000 an acre. So that's why the assessment increased slightly. Then Cole Farms, which surrounds that property, that was a subdivision. I believe it was approved in 2005. I actually decreased the Cole Farm lots on the interior because they were selling for less than the assessment, I believe in 2010. I would have been more prepared for that if I'd have known we'd have been discussing it. But Cole Farm subdivision, interior lots decreased. There was only one oceanfront lot, and that one sold for about $1,950,000 in 2007, and it's not on the market. I don't know if it's on the market, but that's pretty much holding with my home site assessments of $1,900,000. So I saw no reason to increase any of those areas, regardless of who the owners are between those areas. They mentioned some attorney's name. I would have increased the area. I have no problem increasing an area, as I have no problem decreasing an area. And like I stated, Cole Farms interior lots decreased. Atlantic House condominiums decreased within that area. So I looked at the area. I would have had no problem increasing the home sites if I had sales data to do it, but I didn't.
Anything else you'd like to advise the board on tonight?
I'm fine.
Thank you. Hey, quick, Bill.
Good evening, Mr. Westbrand.
Good evening.
We've been talking tonight about Prouts Neck waterfront properties.
Yes.
So, Pole Farm on my 3 maps on the sideboard are 101, 2, and 3. Pole Farm interior lots aren't really relevant to waterfront changes, are they?
Correct.
All right. And then with regard to the 8 properties, when I asked you, the 8 properties that you used to justify the height at Prouts Neck, you gave me this list of 8 that are on my, bless you, thank you, that are on my Exhibit 20, right?
Is 2 Jocelyn Road on that list?
Let's see. Maybe somebody else can help me while I keep going. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can tell.
That's the weekly sale.
It's the what, weekly?
Weekly. That was the one that sold for $4 million
The ladies,
in 2006, and then resold for $3.9 million in 2013.
in what, 2013? Well, yeah, we're talking about...
But it initially sold it was one of my sales from 2006. But you don't have it listed there.
I only have listed here on the flip chart, the sales you told me on Exhibit 20, my Exhibit 20, you gave me 8 sales of waterfront properties in Prouts Neck that justified the 14% height. Remember that? You gave me that little slip of paper?
Yeah.
Covered in green? And you were saying that you didn't really like the Carver's sale on Lot 102 because it was in the end of April of 2012. And yet, I gotta think what, here, this one that you used on here, what is it, 19 what, when was that? Was, I think one of these
Number 4.
Yeah, number 4 is a 2013 sale that you told me about. So I guess I don't quite understand why the Carver sale in the end of April 12 is no good, but this 19-1 sale that's in October 2013.
But it sold first in '06. You have it there, right there, '06.
Right,
That's the sale I used.
all right. And so you didn't use the one in October 13? 2013?
I didn't need to,
Well, I'm just asking whether you used it.
because it sold for 2% less.
I'm just asking whether you used it.
I didn't have it to use. It didn't sell prior to April 1st of 2012. How could I have used it?
Well, you could have used the April 2012 sale on the Carver piece, couldn't you?
I could have, but I testified that I don't.
Just, I have no further questions, thank you.
We are done.
We're done.
Okay. Okay, so on thank you, everyone here. So as I was saying earlier, what we're going to try to do is the same as we had done in the past deliberations, is where we want to ask both parties to submit findings of fact for our consideration. And we'd like to keep that, I think we had it to 10 pages, I believe.
Do you mean post-trial memos, or do you mean proposed findings? Because I thought what other people had done was memos of law, and you just said findings of fact, slightly different. I don't mean to be too fussy about it, but...
Well, the way we asked for it in the last case, the John Schumedine case, we asked for memos and not findings.
So,
I mean, you
whatever the board wants, I just want to make sure I know
Well,
what we're doing here.
Yeah, I don't, specifically, however that was, and memos is fine.
Memo of law, that's
Right.
what everybody's
Right.
talking about, okay.
Something that's easily digested here.
It's helpful to the extent that you want to...
Mr. Chairman, keep talking right to her.
Yeah.
And the two of them are listening very
I mean,
happy.
If you want to get it complicated, you do at your own
It's
peril.
very helpful to have any facts that you think are important referenced with an exhibit number.
Understood.
And speaking of exhibit numbers, we probably want to make sure that they're cleaned up, as you mentioned, so we can follow that along.
Make sure Tracy has everything.
Right, and as far as timeline goes, we were trying to do this on the 21st, I think, is where schedule's going. We have another one, another scheduled on the 21st, right? Does that?
on the 14th also.
The 14th was the rollover for this, I believe, don't we?
We had scheduled deliberations on the 14th.
Right, which is not gonna be, we're not gonna do that now.
Okay.
We're gonna go to the 21st.
Okay.
All right, so we would need these in before, that Friday before the 21st would be the 18th, so that'd give us,
17th?
is that the 17th? Okay.
17th.
My math is not so good right now.
I'm looking at the...
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So that would be the 17th into the Tracy's office. What time do you close? 4 o'clock? Okay.
And do you want, does Tracy want, paper copies, email copies, both, neither?
Paper copies, 10 of them.
10 paper copies to you, in fact, now you here till 5 or 4:30?
4.
4, okay.
2, do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And let's see. So, yeah, we can get that in. We will then meet on what time? 6:30?
At 6:30.
Let's say 6:30 again on the 21st.
We have another case.
And there's some discussion that the Timpson case may not be going forward.
That one is not going
Angel.
forward.
I mean, Angel is
no.
going forward
Right now, it's still going forward,
and not represented by you,
represented by me.
represented by you separately, okay.
I mean, you could reschedule again if you want to, or we could do both that night if you want.
Something that we need to decide today.
Yeah,
We do? Okay.
for Angel's sake.
Well, I'm hesitant to try to change it. I think we certainly can, if we start early and do the deliberations at 6:30, I think we will have most of the information we need to make a decision by then, in the brief, and I can't see why we couldn't start Angel.
Can we do Angel first at 6:30?
No, we would do the deliberations in Angel.
Is there expert testimony in Angel?
Yes.
Same as,
One witness, one exhibit from us.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be long. I mean, I
Right.
think the whole thing should be,
Right.
yes.
I would like to get this out of the way and
Right.
done and
Yeah.
resolved, and then before we start a new
One more 11 o'clock night,
Paul's
right?
got it.
I have to check with Mr., I could, I don't know about you, and I'd have to check with Mr. Angel, because I've already told him the 21st, but
That makes sense.
Yeah, and we can't make that decision now if we don't know.
actually, Mr. Angel will be testifying too, but still, it wouldn't be very long.
How long would it take you to find out, if you find out tomorrow if Mr.
I
Angel's?
can call him tomorrow.
Okay?
So you want me to ask him about doing it on the 14th?
If he can do it on the 14th,
Okay.
then we could do that. Thank you, Paul, for that suggestion. If he can do it on the 14th at 6:30, then we'll hear that case then. If not, then we'll do it on the 21st. If he can't do it then, or whatever reason, we'll make further accommodations, I suppose. All right, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a page limit on the memos?
Didn't I say 10?
You did,
I
okay.
did say 10.
Wanted to be sure.
I think that's where we kept it last time,
Yep.
pretty much. But, you don't have to hit the max, okay? All right, Gerald, have I missed
Yeah,
anything?
we're all set.
Or any
Just,
other?
make sure the exhibits are cleaned up with Tracy, that, get it.
Just one final point of order. We know that Ms. Wendy left, and she's going to catch up on that. I just wanted to make sure that council was all aligned on that.
Yeah, that's fine. Is she what, Mr. Healy directing cross and Mr. Lesbrand's directing cross?
Mhm.
Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, if she listens to the tape, is this being videotaped?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes, both.
Yeah. I would think it would be more intelligible if she watched and listened to the video rather than just listen to the audio, but as long as she does one or the other. I just think if I were doing it, I'd want it, it's just easier if you'd see the video, I think. And I think there were some people pointing, probably me.
You are charismatic.
That's the nicest word, Alan, that's been used.
Fancy.
All right, any other points here? Okay. Well, again, I want to thank you both for your presentations. We appreciate and look forward to the summaries coming up on the 18th, I think that was, and 17th. I will close the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.